Alrighty. So, to refresh where we left off yesterday, we started implementing the notifications, like, renderer or whatever, the component for it. We haven't implemented the delete yet. We have a button for it, but we don't have anything there. What I want to do next is start showing a verified badge next to the email. And if it's unverified, we want to set up the verification process. And we'll do the same thing then for SMS as well. Now, here's a quick question. How long should the validation code be good for? Because I may have messed that part up. Like, I don't think I have a verification code created at date. I just have a verified at date. But let me double check that on the back end. So it's not going to be on there. It's going to be on email and SMS. Okay, so verification code created at is there on email. It is there on SMS. Good job, Chris. Good thinking ahead. It turns out that I'm not bringing that value back from our query, which is fine, because the place we're querying for that is just in like the listing of it. We may want to do something different for admins, right? Like, you know, for my login, so I can help people diagnose things. But that can come later. Like, that's easy enough to add when we run into an issue like that. Let me get a vitamin D real quick. Haven't really been in the sun for a while. And yeah, man, my forearm is just sore. I forgot how much like bowling like activates stuff in your arm that you normally don't use. Like even when you're like working out, you know? It's like a totally different set of muscles that get worked or like stretched in a certain way. Yeah. Sore forearm. But man, got a couple strikes, got a few spares. I don't have much of a spin. Like I got a slight spin to my like bowling stroke, but I'm pretty accurate. Like not terribly accurate. Like I didn't hit over 150, but I hadn't bowled in like 6 years either. I was also, like, I definitely got a blood blister. I don't know if you can see it on the thumb there. I bite my thumbnails too short. And that's on me. Which means there's, like, a pressure point of when I'm, like, releasing the ball. But, yeah, bowling's fun. But yeah, what's up? JWH? How you doing? What were you up to? And I don't think I follow you, do I? Oh, my bad. Yeah. Have you rated before? Maybe not. First week streaming. Okay, that's what I thought. I know you've chatted here before. But cool, man. Yeah. How do you like the streaming then? Pretty fun? And what were you working on? Building something interesting on stream? What was that something interesting? And Trey, 1 second. So you're in the market looking now. Any online resources I recommend? Was there other context for that? Like you're saying you're looking for a job? Or you're looking to learn? Like what's the difference there, Trey? You're saying for learning specifically. Okay. And are you transitioning from like no tech at all or transitioning from some other software engineering stuff? Okay. All right. All right. Just getting the context. So I would say free code camp probably isn't that useful for you then, right? Because you're at least familiar with code enough that might not be that big of a benefit. I would still say maybe it's worth double checking. So we like free code camp here. That's one option. I've also heard really good things about the Odin project. And yeah, 1 second, JWH. I just wanted to respond to this real quick. Right, so the reason I'm still recommending what are basically what we would consider beginner resources is because even if you're like already like a good engineer, right, in some other language, you helped contribute to the Odin project. There you go. Yeah, awesome. I would still say that they are somewhat like comprehensive. So if there are things that you haven't worked with, your knowledge will help you just breeze through them. So don't necessarily feel like they're talking down to you. Just recognize you're not necessarily their target audience, but the content they have is still good, right? But like as an engineer, you should probably just start reading through like React docs or something, you know? Like what were you coming from? I think you were saying you were like mainly a back-end dev? And you want to do full stack now, right? I'm just trying to make sure I remember that right. I've got a decent memory, but I don't remember everything. Yes, mainly back end. So I would highly recommend like the HTML, CSS stuff for sure, 100%. Just to like refresh yourself and get up to it. And then after that, once you feel like you've got HTML and CSS good enough, there's always some of these games, and these apply to beginners too, so I love showing these. Like Flexbox Froggy, right? If you want to practice your like Flexbox stuff, but not necessarily like focus on just building like projects, this is a good way to just like hammer out and like remember some of the basics, right? Like, well, is it justify content or is it align items? Well, it depends on if you're a row or a column, right? Which can, it's tricky, and it's like a USB, like old USB where you got to flip it 3 times to find it. But yeah, this is a good way to practice some of that. And then beyond that, I'd just start building stuff and going through docs as you need it. Tailwind is probably something you're going to want to be familiar with. Whether you like it or not, that's up to you. But there are plenty of shops that are using it, so understanding it and how to work with it is still going to be important. And since you were doing like ETL stuff, have you ever done like REST APIs? I think Odin Project does some of that stuff. But if not, you're just going to start building it. And I would suggest first using like a major framework first. So that means either Laravel or like if you're familiar with Java, what is it? Java Spring or whatever? Like the Spring framework? I would recommend doing that, but make sure you're doing it just as a REST API. Just because Spring Boot, that was it. Yeah. Right? Do it just as a REST API. Don't let it render templates. Don't let it do anything front-endy, because then you can learn that separation of concerns between the REST API and the front end consuming it. And that, to me, is like the most powerful like abstraction and separation of concerns that you can have on the web. Even though there are plenty of things that do the full stack thing, I still highly recommend understanding the separation of concerns between front end and back end. So Abdu, ATProto is the protocol behind Blue Sky. It is an open protocol, and it is distributed and peer-to-peer in like massively cool ways. You can listen to it, to every message that goes through it, and that's what I'm doing to listen for keywords and things like that. Does that help, Abdu? And then JWH. Sorry, let me catch back up with you. Finding your feet still, but enjoying it a lot. First couple of streams were full of technical difficulties, but getting better. Yep, yeah, that is par for the course. Don't feel bad about that at all. Today, building a web page in React, which looks like the Windows XP UI, then using OBS WebSocket API to put your little face in a WinXP window in real time. Nice. Yeah, the OBS WebSocket stuff is amazing. And what's up, Maniac? How you doing? I don't know if you have a Stream Deck yet. Not to be confused with a Steam Deck. But Stream Decks are really nice for like scene transitions. Like if I want to switch to, let's just say my screen so I can, or my scene so I can hide stuff, right? Boom. That transition, going from scene to scene, that is an OBS plugin that communicates with OBS over OBS WebSocket, right? So that's on the Stream Deck. It just arrived today, made it way easier. There you go, perfect. But what I'm doing is that scene, or that like thing that spins in and out, is actually a scene that's shared on every, like, or it's like a channel or a layer or whatever shared on every scene that I have. So that can persist, and I just hide and show it, like as I'm going from scene to scene. So yeah, it's like some fun OBS like scripting stuff. And that's open source if you want to look at the source code or anything. I haven't touched it in a while, but there's also OBS, hold on, what is it? Stream Deck React. So this is probably out of date. It's most likely still using like Create React app or something. So I don't know if you want to necessarily use it verbatim, but if you want to like pull things out of this and do React stuff for like your components like configuration screen, this might be useful. Like I'm using it. But yeah, totally an option. I'd say you'd probably end up being better off just gutting stuff out of it. But yeah, could be useful. Okay, so did I catch up? Did I answer enough of, like, you know, most people's questions? And so Maniac, did some of that help? Like OBS WebSocket is super easy to use. It's just a WebSocket connection, you know? I've only ever used it from Stream Deck, but what you could end up doing is, see, like if you're doing like an OBS browser source, you actually get access to that without having to install libraries. So that's something to think about too. Like you don't necessarily need it if you're just doing like a browser source. Yeah, I would just start reading their docs. So OBS WebSocket is like the core library, and then OBS WebSocket JS is if you want to do it from JS. No, Maniac, you're misunderstanding. The thing right there, that is a browser source, right? When I'm switching scenes, the thing that spins in and out is a browser source. So it's just a web page in a layer or a source in like your layer palette there that you can have things happen in. Another one, hold on. What is it? Flick. I think that's it. That Flick game is just a browser source. So you can have web page style things as just a source in your OBS setup. And then, yeah, JWH, one thing you might consider. I know there's a few of them. I tend to use TMI.js. But if you want to wire up things to Twitch's events, then TMI.js is one of them. There's also one called Twitch.js as well. Looks like Twitch.js is deprecated. They deprecate it in favor of something else. Yeah, I'd say just use TMI. And then there's another thing. Hold on, let's see if maybe they updated this. Oh, site not found. Yikes. So yeah, Twitch.js garbage, don't use it. Anyone remember what finite singularities thing is called? Tau. The Twitch API unfucker. Oh, and sorry, one second. So TMI.js is wrapping the IRC, right? Because Twitch uses IRC under the hood still, as far as I know. Twitch.io might be it. Oh, that's the Python one. Yep. So yeah, based on the language you want, that'll depend too. And I will, Devils, yeah. We're building the thing currently so that I can dog food Walter. But I also need to rename Walter, and I'm slow on deciding a name for it. So, yes. What we're building now is actually to prove that Walter is the right thing. You know? Like, I'm trying to find product market fit just through my own use case. So yeah, I forget what languages you end up using. Look, Finite uses a lot of Python, but yeah, the Twitch API unifier or unfucker is pretty nice. And yeah, Space Case, appreciate you. Yes, exactly, Devils. Yep. All right, let's close some stuff. We'll leave that for Monday and back to the app. So yeah, did I catch up? Did I get all the questions and some of that stuff? A global overlay that applies to every scene. Currently, your setup is a bit of a mess. So yeah, one thing you might consider is a scene that actually has the things you want to share across the board. That's the one central place you'll have them, and then everywhere else you're just making a reference to those sources. So you would copy them and then paste as reference rather than paste as copy or duplicate or whatever. Yeah. Right, so if you're in OBS right now, just notice that you can right-click and copy, and then you can right-click and see paste reference, and sometimes you'll be able to paste a duplicate. But instead, for any of those things that you want to share, for persistence reasons especially, right, because you don't want them to like hiccup as you switch scenes because they're a copy of each other, that's where you're going to want to have one scene that has like all of your global stuff, and then you just share those among your other scenes via reference. I hope that makes sense. And thanks for the subscription there. Appreciate that. Yeah, honestly, Trey, after you get through some of the, just the basics, which, you may feel at times that things like Odin Project or Free Code Camp are talking down to you. You're just not their target audience. But if you're not savvy with CSS, you still need that stuff. But if you're good, you'll hammer through it fast and it's not a problem. And, even if you've done a little bit of it, a refresher never hurts. So I would still recommend maybe going through the HTML, CSS stuff and then, yeah, start building. You know, like when you build your first like REST API, you're gonna have to figure out authentication. I would recommend doing at least one with cookies and then maybe at least another with JWTs, just to understand those. Whether you have a strong opinion about either one, you're still going to need to understand both. So yeah, does that help there, Trey? And let me get more music. But yeah, the best way to learn is just by doing. Once you have the fundamentals. Yeah, no worries. Okay. And yeah, Abdu, did I answer your question about the ATProto thing? They're over on YouTube, but just want to make sure I'm responding to both. And if you missed it, I'll do it again. But let's get back to what we're doing with this. Yeah, for sure. It's just lurk. Yeah, no worries, Abdu. Yep. And I'll say, like, if you want to stay over on YouTube, you're more than welcome. The YouTube is especially nice because there's no music there. So if you prefer to listen to your own music, but you still want to hang out, that's the best place for it. But either way, thank you for chilling. And yeah, that's just neo-brutalism. So I wish I came up with it. I'm super lazy. I'm not a designer. You want to see my favorite design tool? Boom. It's actually going to be more like that. We're getting rid of the label. There we go. Boom. I'm a designer now, right? It's like that one movie. Look at me. Look at me. I'm the designer now. Poor man's Figma. Oh, and Code Spent, you had like a funny story thing too. I want to, yeah, that's what I was missing. Let me go double check that. So, funny story from an in-person interview you had last week. Before getting an offer, they asked you to show a project you were proud of. It was written in Rust. Python devs say, why does this look like Python functions? The other Python dev says, because a lot of Python libraries are written in Rust under the hood. It felt like a Chad dev move. Really? I mean, I could see Python just doing some like FFI stuff, which is what it's good at. I wasn't aware that there were that many libraries that do it though. Like it didn't seem to me like it was going to be that common. Like, do you know of any examples? Add neo-brutalism to the design to the title. Like maybe, yeah, should I set up a command? That's not a bad idea. Polars has Rust under the hood for Python. There you go, Nick One. Okay, good catch. Okay, so they were data scientists. So yeah, that's very good timing there, Nick One. pretty good timing. Pydantic is Rust under the hood? I didn't know that. Okay, I've used Pydantic. And let me catch Code Spent's comment real quick. There's something about pixel stuff. Okay. Fixing some sidebar things in an application. The CSS and everything is clearly AI slop. You see linting errors for unnecessary pixels and such on 0 values. So you remove them, couldn't figure out why everything was suddenly invisible. Someone had opacity 0px. So removing px made it opacity 0. What the fuck? What the fuck? This is why we can't have nice things. That's why people say AI is going to take developer jobs, because there's developers like that. Oh, do I have a typo? Bald? I just think it's cooler that way. You just haven't heard about it yet. All right, cool. We got it updated. Hold on. I just saw this randomly. Okay, hold on. L wallet. Hold on. Wait, how do I... Do I have filters I can use? I only want to see ones that are green. Yeah, no, this seems cool. So I went and built a bullshit thing, and it's just not even working. Nah, this is like just all like make offer for this one domain. Nah, there's no filter for it. I'm gonna say don't allow for that. Where they have the legend? No, that does nothing. You just click it and it does some bullshit. Takes you to GoDaddy or something. Right? Do you see how long that fucking link is at the bottom? I did try clicking. It's a link, dude. It took us to another site. Do you see how long that link is? And it's randomized. Like, nah, man, that's just some clickbait fucking affiliate link bullshit, dude. That works. Except that it's empty. No, this is totally different. Yeah, this is someone else's thing. Mine was just a CLI tool, Saf. I still think I've gotten better results out of my CLI tool so far. But I don't know, it's still kind of cool. And hey, what's up, Defy Us All? So I've got two tools that you can check out, Maniac. One is Proficientim. Right, this is just like a synonym lookup tool. You can add prefixes and suffixes. I made this over 10 years ago. And then domain term is the new one. And I would say this is... I've still gotten better results using this, but you're going to have to do some stuff like get some Cloudflare keys and things like that. And I don't have it documented that well. I think this is another one of the things that we vibe coded. No, this is TypeScript. I did this by hand. It at least used to have an option for an LLM, but I wasn't finding it that useful. I think we do use the LLM for synonym lookup, or yeah, synonym lookups. So yes, it does use a local LLM. Yeah, I'd say just read the README. But yeah, Defy Us All, thank you for the sub, dude. What were you up to? Yeah, you were working on zone triggers yesterday too. I'm guessing you're getting pretty close. I saw a demo link you posted to socials where like the zone triggers are like doors opening when you get close and stuff like that, right? Which is super cool, man. So is it now you're basically like adding new zone triggers or maybe like finding edge cases to them? And what's up, Kenny? I did come up with Proficientim. It's basically like Latin. So nim is name, right? Or something like that. Or no, it's like word. Nim is word. So synonym, antonym, etc., right? Proficientim is just like good words or whatever, right? So just like, I don't know. The joke about Proficientim is that if I had Proficientim, I would have been able to name Proficientim better. Like if I had Proficientim when I was building it, I would have been able to name it better. But yeah, honestly, like Latin words are a really like fun way of trying to come up with a name for something. Okay, Tobias. So yeah, like basically, you could walk through an area where like a laser is going or something, and it would trigger security to release elsewhere and blah blah blah, like that kind of thing. Yeah, sick, dude. That is cool. That sounds like a fun system. And this is all still in like Odin, right? Like the Odin Lang stuff. So you got any like new complaints, comments, like things that you really like about Odin? You know, like specific features or things that were easier or harder because of how it's done? Very Golang like. Okay, cool. Is it still garbage collected? Or is it all like manual memory management? Way easier than C, but maybe not garbage collected? And yeah, what's like another good name we could come up with for domain stuff? They translate the word Walter? Walterly. um, Sobchak. We can name it like Walter Sobchak from Big Lebowski. So it's hybrid. You can allocate things to temp alloc and then free it every render loop. You can also kind of call, so you could kind of call that a form of GC. Okay. But then there's also things where like you could just do it to the standard allocator. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I like that. That gives you a lot of freedom. This is an interesting tool. It's still just not great. Yeah, I still think I like my CLI tool better. I just need to figure out a better way of, oh God, I didn't want to do that. Need to figure out a better way of, like for my tool, finding like what an actually good product name is, right? Like AI evaluating that stuff just isn't as good as it should be. So yeah, I don't know, Maniac. Toy around with it, comment things out, like, you know, fork it and make it your own. And I'd be curious to know like how you make it better if you decide to. So yeah, dude, yes. The Odin stuff sounds fun. Yeah. It'd be fun to mess with a totally new language, but stuff I'm doing with Elixir is still like me refreshing myself on it. So I'm okay with it. For everyone joining from Defy Us All's raid, the thing I am building is a listener for the ATProto firehose, which means every message that goes through Blue Sky is actually going through that firehose. So you can like actually do regular expression stuff or sentiment analysis or whatever on Blue Sky, like for every single message, which is kind of cool. And it's not even messages, it's likes, it's retweets or reskeets or whatever they call them. It's like follows, like every single interaction is actually on the firehose, which is kind of cool. So we are building a product to listen for keywords and then notify you through certain channels. We're setting up the notifications right now that will be, you can make one notification and associate it to multiple keywords. And we're just fiddling with verification of an email address, so you can't just plug in someone else's email and make it a problem, right? So the verified stuff is what we're doing right now. And Lil Seth, my weekend's going great. It is going great. I went bowling yesterday. I haven't been bowling in like 6 years. Oh, I don't know when Easter is. I never pay attention. I don't celebrate. I'm not great at bowling, Jacob. I think my highest score got to maybe like 120 or 130. I did get some strikes. I did get like some back-to-back spares. I didn't get any back-to-back strikes. I did get like the back-to-back spares where I got 9 and then the one hung, right? And then 9 and then the same one hung. But I attribute that to the fact that I'm using a lighter ball just because I don't want to dislocate my shoulder when I do it. So I was just using an 8-pounder. I gave the 6-pounder a try, but like it didn't have good like thumb sizing. Yeah, exactly, Maniac. The bowling lane was also wonky. The rightmost pin, I think that's the number 10. The number 10 pin would every once in a while get knocked down, but like knocked down a little bit later. And the system didn't see it as getting knocked down, so it would put it back up. Which is bullshit. Like, yeah, that was annoying. So yeah, Lucky Strike is not some place that you want to actually have like tournaments. But yeah, if I started bowling more, I'd probably go for a heavier ball. I was bowling with Bedtime Bear, and there's someone we know from stream here. I know him from way before stream. And I guess he's used to using a 16-pound ball, which is crazy to me. Like, crazy. Yeah, like, blows my mind. But he was using a 14er, because that's the biggest they had, and he didn't bring his own ball. Because, who cares? Like, it's not like we were competing or doing anything crazy. But yeah, it was fun. No, he's like my size. He's like exactly my height. Maybe an inch taller. But he used to work at a bowling alley. And honestly, like, as far as inertia and, like, momentum goes, the heavier balls are very useful and get your mind out of the gutter. No, it's fine. Yeah, it's just more, I got this shoulder that dislocates. It almost dislocated yesterday. So I just, I got to be careful. I'd rather use a lighter ball and leave some hanging pins. Am I okay? I'm fine. My shoulder dislocates a lot. Like, I've dislocated my shoulder putting my hoodie on. I've dislocated my shoulder here on stream, waving my hands like a lunatic. Go ahead and check out that clip. Like, not even like a lunatic, but, you know, being somewhat Italian with my gestures. Oh, that sucks, Kenny. Yeah, I've never bowled over 200. In video games, I have. But yeah, I don't have, like I was saying earlier, some people might be catching it late. I don't have much of like a curve to my throws, so I'm very much just like I gotta like pinpoint it, you know. Yeah, it sucks. It's whatever. I did it snowboarding back in 2004, maybe 2005, and then I've dislocated hundreds of times since. At least 100 times since. Let me put it that way. Actually, we could share that link for YouTube real quick. Let me grab that. Yeah, it's been about 6 years for me as well, Space Case, since before COVID. Yeah, bowling alleys really didn't make it past COVID. Like the only ones that did make it are the expensive ones. Like real bowling alleys, there's only one that I know of that is still like reasonably priced. The other ones are basically like the top golf of bowling and massively expensive for no reason. Just because they can, right? People will pay it. Skating rinks? Yeah, so like what would you consider the most like iconic skating rink song when you were going to skating rinks? For me, it was the Michael Jackson song, like Do You Remember the Time? Like the Eddie Murphy video and all that, and the Locomotion. Those were like the skating rink songs. You'd probably hear those songs 3 or 4 times a night. I don't know why. My favorite part of the skating rink was the arcade. Yes, I beat Turtles in Time at that arcade. I beat the X-Men game at that arcade. Two famous bowling alleys. Yeah, I mean, most big cities have something, but usually they're the expensive ones now, right? That looks bad. Do I take medicine? No, for a dislocating shoulder, there's no medicine you could take. You could take a painkiller. Eh, I'm not big on painkillers. I occasionally smoke weed and I drink the whiskey. Nice part about whiskey, and it's actually why I pretty much always snowboard, like with at least like a shot of whiskey in me, is it's easier to put the shoulder back in. Do I do some physio? I do a little bit of like shoulder exercise, but the more muscular your shoulder is, the harder it is to put back in. And that's actually one of my nightmares. Like dislocating and I got to have someone else relocate my shoulder. Fuck that. I'm doing it myself. But there have been times where it's like, yeah, you know, my shoulder, like it's been a while, or like I was doing a lot more like pull-ups and like exercise, and my shoulder's just harder to put back in, and you get that moment of fucking like terror. Like, I'm not going to be able to put my shoulder back in. Oh my God. Like, that is nightmare material. So I've probably done more damage putting my shoulder back in myself, but not as much damage as someone else putting it back in for me would. Because I don't know how, if you know how it works. It depends on the direction it goes, right? Mine dislocates backwards, which I got to be careful about that motion. Because of that, when I grab it, I pretty much like grab it and roll it back in that way, and usually like lean over. But if you are not doing it yourself, they will lay you down on a gurney or a bed or something where there's enough room for your arm to dangle without touching the ground, and they have a heavy person grab it and yank it down. Fuck that. Hell no. No, 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 no. No one's doing that to my shoulder. Nope. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't know what people who have it like go back. Like if you've ever seen Lethal Weapon, right? Um, Riggs's shoulder going out, his goes forward, and that's why he can like ram it into a wall to get it back in. So it's really just about like which ligaments are the most stretched out and which impacts have caused it, and where your like your labrum, which is kind of like your meniscus in your knee, but it's in your shoulder and it wraps like the ball and socket joint. It depends on where that has like worn down. So for me, just consider the labrum as this like wrapper around the ball and socket joint. There's this like flap of skin on your hand. My ball and socket joint has basically worn that flap of skin down. So there's pretty much no amount of like exercise that will prevent it completely from dislocating. Just not going to happen. I've stretched the ligaments and I've stretched and I've like torn the cartilage in a way that, yeah, muscle just isn't going to solve that. Yeah, 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 yeah. I know. We'll get to some Elixir pretty soon. We got to do some front end stuff first. But yeah, it is cathartic to talk about the shoulder a bit. And I've known so many people with the same-ish problems. Like I had friends who had problems with both shoulders, and they would go out both directions. And one time they sneezed, and both shoulders dislocated when they sneezed. So, knock on wood, at least I don't have that. Yeah, I don't know, Lightspeed. We want to keep things a little more mature. Okay, so yeah, we can allow that one. But yeah, some of like the heavy ball stuff. Like, come on, take it easy. Oh, that was Maniac. But yeah, like, come on, guys. Like, keep it just a little more mature. It's fine. Like, just gotta remember, this isn't just some boys' club. But yes, Travis Pastrana, like, most of his ligaments and cartilage is destroyed. Scar tissue is what holds that dude together now. Why does my camera remind you so much of AI? Because I am unrealistically good looking. I don't know. Not sure. I only do web stuff. I would like to do games at some point, but I need video. I need to make some apps that are profitable enough that I don't need to work. Wait, Kenny is who a snowboarder too? Are you saying the friend that had like the sneeze and both his shoulders went out? Yeah, he's like a snowmobiler, like dirt biker kind of guy. So I think that was the thing that did his shoulders in, but he snowboarded as well. Shoulder is actually one of the most common snowboard injuries. It's kind of crazy. Like hand plants and all sorts of things. Like, you're dealing with a lot of like force that you don't necessarily deal with skateboarding. No, I agree. Exactly. Raleigh? Is that the way to pronounce your name? But yeah, I've got a teleprompter, so when I'm responding, I'm looking directly at you basically. And I know it's not typical, but I don't know. I think it makes my stream just a little bit more, like, it makes it stand out a little more. Makes it just a little different. But yeah, it's almost like if I had like the BS like eye contact like AI going or something. My problem with the BS like eye contact stuff, like from like Descript and some of those other tools, is that it ends up giving you basically like Steve Buscemi eyes. Like there's just it gets way weirder. You know what I'm talking about with Steve Buscemi eyes. These eyes. Yes. No, I'm not going to AI. Hell no. Celebrities with Steve Buscemi eyes. Yes. Right? This is what the AI eye contact shit really makes me feel like. It seems to me like this is what AI eye contact plugins end up doing. Like, dude. It actually fits her really well. I don't even think that's an effect. I think that's just Billie Eilish after a hard night of partying. Oh, brutal. No, that's just Madonna. That one's fine. Oh man, dude. Wait. Buscemi eyes on Marilyn Monroe turns her into the bad lady from Hudson Hawk. Hold up. What's her name? What was her name? Oh my god. Sandra Bernhard. Hold on. Let's find older Sandra Bernhard. Hold on. Maybe not. Just reminded me of it, maybe. So yeah, Marilyn Monroe with Buscemi eyes as Sandra Bernhard. Matt Damon becomes Rami Malek. Dude. That's just Macaulay Culkin. Yeah, that's not even a change to his eyes. Oh, God. That's just Helena Bonham Carter. Oof. That's Avril Lavigne these days. All right, we're done. Oh, that was good. Oh, oh my God. Woo. Okay, we can get to some work. Maybe. I don't know if there's any coming back from that. Yeah. Look. That was very cathartic. That was nice. Oh, that was good. Oh, shit. Woo. Woo. This is the only way we come back from that. Balmer Peak for sure. Oh my god. All right. That was good shit. Right? You see, when we get out of like the immature humor, we get into the way better kind of humor. Right? Universal humor. Buscemi eyes are a cross-cutting like axiom of humor. If we stick with only immature humor, we never have time for stuff like that. Highbrow memeing. Yeah. Ooh, and oh man. Went to Din Tai Fung yesterday. Not sure if anyone here has heard of or been to Din Tai Fung, but it is a dumpling place. I believe it's a chain, so they're like all over. There's one in Seattle, there's one in Bellevue. I'm pretty sure they're like worldwide. The secret, don't wait in line, just go to the bar. There's almost always space at the bar. It was like a 40-minute wait for a table. We just walked up and took a seat at the bar. Delicious dumplings. But yeah, all right. So what we want to do is we want to create a badge. I think they're labels. We could call it a badge. Sure. I'm just curious what that question has to do with anything. And it's also kind of out of left field like your previous comment. So I am pressing X to doubt here at the moment. Yeah, a little bit there, Phoenix. So yeah, we are going to do an icon. There you go, exactly Lightspeed. Let me get more music going. Do I have badge installed yet? Yeah, notice how the response was only to like stuff you guys typed? That is interesting. Mm-hmm. All right, so we don't have badge added yet. We can do that. Nice and easy. Okay, so we get that, and then after this, yep. All right, so we'll do that. It doesn't see badge from where we wanted it, though. Stream without music feels weird. Maybe, Ayub, but honestly, it's just a chance for you to use your own music if you prefer not to listen to synthwave, and some people prefer not to listen to synthwave. So I'm okay with that. I see zero problems with it. You know, it just depends on how you want to consume stream. Some people want to listen to some metal, and I rarely play metal. So, you know, totally up to you. Okay, so it's down here in this. And how are they doing the icon part? They just throw the icon in there. Okay. Oh shit! The app preview. I hadn't seen that yet. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. Cool. All right, so then this. Is it text red? Uh, oh, hold on. Nope, I have the Boolean not flipped. There we go. So yeah, we get not verified. And what we want to do is lay that out as a flex row. And I know flex row is implied, but I like explicit versus implicit in most cases. I must want to make this a button instead. Right, so we brought in the badge. I don't think the badge is actually the right thing. I think a button's the better move. What are the variants on the button that we can do? Oh, we could do reverse. I don't think I like that. All right, so the variant is no shadow. We definitely want to give this a label. Like I'm just thinking like the layout here. Maybe that verified button still goes back up in the upper right. We'll want to think about how it goes like mobile. No, like no matter what, we're going to have the red like for each thing. If you don't verify, then it's just not verified. Deal with it. But I think it's going to be better off in the upper right of the card rather than next to the email. I'm wondering if I want to have this be a no shadow button. Right? Because we have a precedence for no shadow buttons. I just think in this case it looks a little weird being off kilter. I don't like that I can't do neutral and no shadow at the same time. I find that a little annoying. All right, so then, yeah, what we need to do is, for the button, this needs to pop open a modal. So what we're going to end up doing is, yeah, we've got the card as like the wrapper around this thing. We're going to have a delete notification dialog too. We'll just let that autocomplete. Ooh, there we go. Now it knows it needs to be a verify. All right, so a few of these things. We need to create some state. All right, verify and delete. Those states should be there. What we're going to do here, though, is, yeah, this component is still going to be a, I don't know if pure component is the right name. I think it is. Yeah, it's a pure component. The basic gist is I don't want it to do anything functionally tied to the API. That is the responsibility of the route above it. So this component may move out if we decide we want to use it in more than one place, but if it's just on this page, we'll just leave it here. But I still want it to be pure, just in case I want to like do some storybook stuff or something, right? Because then I can mock everything passed into it. Like really simple, just easy callbacks. So let's think about what we need here. This is going to be on delete. And on verify, and no matter what, both of these are actually, like, the void part doesn't happen. Right? Like, the regular void. Like, it's going to be a promise no matter what we do. So then we don't have that method yet. And yeah, this is actually incorrect. That'll go on the outside of things. Comment those for now. Notification verify form. I don't think we're going to end up doing that. We'll just hard code the form into this because we're not going to verify from more than one place. So I think that's fine. So we'll hack that out here in a second. But then those need to be that. So then for the not verified button, we want an onClick for that. Cool. And then same thing, we want to wire up that delete button. Okay, so we got those modals created. We don't have the backends for verifying them yet. And we don't have the backend for deleting them yet either. I think delete makes more sense first. That way we can clean these things up in here rather than having to do it via pgadmin. So let's do the delete endpoint. All right, so we got create. We got show. We got update, even though update might not get used, but delete, we do want delete. It looks like we have that, and our permissions are set, so we should just be good, actually. Yeah, all right. So we go to the front end here. We go to our service that is wrapping things. Sure. We'll let that autocomplete. Why not? Even though that does not exist yet. Comment this for now. Yep, that part looks good. So then, yeah, we'll switch this back to the forefront. So then here in this, wait. I did update the props for that component. Here we go. Um, I'm going to say those are required. And then we just want to make these async. All right, so on delete, we pass that. We are not doing that part. That part looks good. I don't like that variable name. Do that. We'll call that good. So then, in here, on delete, yeah, we don't even need to bubble up the notification ID because of the way we're looping over it. So I'm going to call that good. But then we want to do a catch, or we want to do a then. Voila. All right. So we got the delete wired up. Let's just fine tune the delete. Okay, cool. So then verification. Man, yeah, that delete, that hammered out pretty quick. The next part we care about is verification, and because of the way we're doing it, yeah, we can use the OTP plugin that they have. I think they call it OTP. Yeah, input OTP, which I don't think we have yet. So we got to bring it in. Probably going to want to look at these docs. Probably need to add that. Theme extend keyframes. I feel like I need to restart the server every time I update Tilt. So we'll do that. And then let's look at props. All right, so we haven't brought in that yet, so we'll have to do this part. But okay, it seems pretty manual the way we do some of that stuff. Let me get another album going though. There we go. You don't really see all of the props for this thing. Here we go, API reference. Okay. So the number of slots, okay. So we can change that as we need to. Man, yeah, I should have been using this on Walter when we do the OTP stuff there. All right, so we're going to default to numeric. I think I do still need to set the pattern. Oh, interesting. So paste transformer is kind of cool. Yeah, man, this has really thought of everything, hasn't it? Okay. So then looking back at these docs, it ends up looking a bit like this. We're not going to have the separator, though. Oh, and I'm thinking I'm misunderstanding the dialogue. Hold on, let's go back to that. Dialogue content does wrap the header. Oh, interesting. So I actually have that. I bet that's a flaw in my card as well. No, never mind. Card works that way still. Okay, so dialogue did exactly what it needed to. Within content here, oh, wait, so we just added input OTP. Did it just modify the input? No, it's input dash OTP. Interesting that it didn't see that yet. I think that's just a VS Code problem. All right, so then here we want to center it. It is not flex call. Here it doesn't matter, right? We still want to do items center justify center. Let's at least look at it. I don't think we have the full scope of everything needed inside of that form yet, but we at least see, hey, we can do that. All right. So then as you do stuff here, it shouldn't allow that. So I think we still need to do this part, which is then pattern so we got to import it from input OTP. Had that backwards. So now ASDF doesn't work. 123 dash doesn't work. Cool. And I think that just that paragraph tag unnecessary. But we probably want to do like a label that we will SR only. The input's a little weird. I'm fine with it, I guess. It does handle the input element stuff. But one thing, hold on. What we'll do is verification dialog description as like a variable here. Okay, so that should be good for now there. The dialog doesn't have a footer. Let me double check if footer goes inside or outside the content. Looks like it does go inside the content. This is not destructive, and that is definitely not what we're doing there. All right, so we got on delete there, on verify. Yeah, so we don't have an endpoint for verification yet. On verify does need string, which means we need to update the prop. And yeah, that means that this then needs a change event. Now, what is the on-change value? It's just going to be a string. So set verification code to that, but it's actually just new value, or we'll make it explicit. New verification code. On complete, we do the same thing, but also our on verify dot then stuff. And on complete, we wouldn't actually need to do that part. Yeah. All right. So that should be good. I'm wondering if verification code is what we think. So at least let's log it. Okay. And what's up, Nicholas, over on YouTube? How you doing? And yeah, we're making good progress today, right? We can consider this a Pomodoro break before I go hop into the back end to create this verification endpoint. Man, my arm is sore from bowling. I didn't expect to get that sore. Like if I do too much bowling, I'll be lopsided. I'll have to like learn how to bowl left-handed. Use the granny technique. There you go. Yeah, it helps build like your squat like form. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. You're kind of a genius. Kind of a genius. Touche. And I don't think there's anything in the rules about not being able to use the granny technique, right? I did get to, oh man, I don't know if anyone saw the tweet, But Bedtime Bear is a good bowler. He made a mistake, though, and his foot went over the line. And I got to live out a lifelong fantasy of quoting Walter from The Big Lebowski. Toes over the line! Market 0! Like, yeah, dude, I got to yell that in a real situation. It felt so good. I didn't get to finish the quote, like, you are entering a world of hurt. Hold up the gun, market 0. Like, you know. But it was good enough. I got to do a couple of the lines. Nobody fuck with the Jesus. You pull a gun on me, I take it from you, shove it up your ass, and pull the trigger till it goes click. Jesus. You said it, man. Nobody fuck with the Jesus. I love that part. And then Walter's like, 8-year-olds, dude. How do you comment in TypeScript? In standard TypeScript, it's // right? So, boo. But if you're in some TSX code, you would most likely end up doing, like, let me show you. In here, you would do something like, oh, and it's / right, for like multi-line comments. So there you go. But I feel like you probably could have Googled that because TypeScript doesn't change anything about commenting compared to JavaScript. Nope, not quite. CSS does do the multi-line the same way, but in JSX, you need the wrapping brackets. As an example, this is just text and is not a comment. This would show up in the website. See? So yeah, as far as standard JavaScript goes, TypeScript is the same way, but what you're seeing here with this syntax, this is JSX, and in TypeScript it's TSX, and this is a formatting language that is different. So that's maybe the one big difference there. But outside of JSX or TSX, you would just write standard JavaScript comments, and then it's at least multi-line is like CSS, but you can still do like single line comments with // I would encourage you to just like try stuff, you know? Like, I'm here to answer the question for you at the moment, but I won't always be here. And your ability to find information like that yourself without needing someone to tell you, that's going to be what makes you a better dev. Yeah, probably could have Googled, ChatGPT'd, whatever. Still, though, like, you could have just Googled it. No, it's technically a Lynchburg lemonade. But fuck Lynchburg. So it's a CM Griffin lemonade at this point. I still like bourbon, but fuck Lynchburg. All right. So the part we're moving on to now is we need to create this endpoint for verifying a notification. And we'll have to define some schemas for it, but we'll create an endpoint in here and call it verify. Yeah, we can grab the boilerplate from an update. It's not going to be quite the same, but save us some typing. And really, we could make it an update notification thing. I don't want the front end to have to care about the mechanism for that. Like, they'll just pass the props. So org ID and ID, those things will be there. The request body is verify notification command params, which we probably need to bring in at the top here. All right, so then we need to get the notification. One thing we need to do then is check. And yeah, Phoenix, dude, Long Island's, like, are there people that actually pour Long Islands at home? That sounds insane to me. Like, just to have all the stuff ready. Like, what all goes into a Long Island? It's, I think there's bourbon, rum, and vodka? I don't remember exactly. Holy shit, dude. Vodka, rum, gin, tequila, triple sec, and sour mix. I thought it was Coca-Cola. Yeah, no, so this one says Coca-Cola. But vodka, tequila, rum, triple sec, and gin, and a splash of Coca-Cola. Dude, anyone making this at home is a dedicated drinker. That's just so much work. Like, dude, ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Oh, this is a highball glass? I don't think I knew what a highball was. But now it makes me want to hear some Highball with the Devil. It's a good album. It is one of Les Claypool's side bands, and I haven't listened to them in ages. Man. I think it's Les Claypool and the Holy Mackerel. I think that's the band. It just says Les Claypool. It's Les Claypool and the Holy Mackerel. Yeah, for sure. We're going to play it from YouTube, though. So again, if you're not a fan of this kind of music, Les Claypool just going ham and doing what he wants, YouTube's a decent place where you can put your own music on. We'll get back to some synthwave here in a bit, but, I like to mix it up. An adios? Wait, Vibrant. What's an adios? Oh, Blue Curacao. Interesting. No, I just wanted the list. Oh, an AMF. I've heard of an AMF before. Okay. I might be thinking of the weed variety. Half-ounce vodka, half-ounce rum, half-ounce tequila, half-ounce gin. So that's about the same as the Long Island at that point. And then the Blue Curacao takes the place of the triple sec, and sweet and sour mix, and then Sprite and 7-Up to top it off. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I've never had it. I am not that well versed. Damn, people really don't like Les Claypool, huh? All right, I get it. We'll switch back to synthwave in a minute then. Jeez. All right, so We want to think about like what status code will spit out, whether the user has access to the notification or not, or whether the verification code is correct or not. And I think no matter what, it's just a 400. Oh shit. That wasn't even the album. What? What? No, give me the album, man. Wait, hold on. Play all. Yeah, I don't even remember what song that was. Jeez. It's interesting. I'm not a fan of Les Claypool's voice, but somehow he makes it work. I do wish he had just a better singer every time, though. Like someone who could actually hit the notes instead of him being traditionally pretty flat. What's up, Chevywood? All right, so we do that if it's correct. So hold on. Has permission here. Hmm. Yes, we're messing that up. Getting a notification should actually be getting a notification by the org ID and the notification ID. Should have cleared that anyway. So verify here. Okay, so we heard this one. So I believe we got to pass these as a list. All right, so not every Les Claypool Holy Mackerel song is good. Nope, not a fan of that one. Nope. Nope. This one's really good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It doesn't have him singing. Some of the best Primus songs are the ones where he barely sings. Changed my mind. I should learn this bass line. Just to like practice my slap pop. Anyone here actually a fan of Primus? Or am I like, am I testing your patience? All right, what does the doctor have? Patience. What's happening to the sleeve or the elbow of my sleeve? Wearing thin. All right, you're liking it? Awesome. Thank you. That was all the validation I needed. Yeah, if you play bass at all, like, oh my god. Yeah, Les Claypool's a god. Who'd win in a fight between God and Les Claypool? Les is God. Right. It's a quote from the movie Airheads. The joke was, who'd win in a fight? Or, hold on, wait. No, it starts out, who'd you take in the Van Halen Lee Roth split? Van Halen. He's a cop. No, Lee Roth. Right? Okay, second chance. Who'd win in a fight, Lemmy or God? Lemmy. Trick question, asshole. Lemmy is God. Like, get out of here. Like, it's really good. And that was Harold Ramis who did that quote. He was the director of the film. Like, who was the one, he was the cop trying to get in. Like, it's kind of funny. Harold Ramis was Egon from Ghostbusters. I believe he directed Groundhog Day and like a couple other like high profile films. What else did he direct, actually? I'm curious about that. Like, he was a writer on a bunch of stuff. Where's his director credits? 15 films. All right. Year One was one of his. I forgot about that. Yeah. Let's see. So Caddyshack, he was the director on. National Lampoon's Vacation. I never saw Club Paradise, but I should probably watch it. Groundhog Day for sure. Yeah, Stuart Saves His Family. Multiplicity, that was his. I didn't know that. Analyze This and Analyze That. Bedazzled. I never saw The Ice Harvest. Year One, though, I forgot about. And I guess he did a couple episodes of The Office, too. Which episodes? The Benihana Christmas, Safety Training Beach Games, and then in season 6, The Delivery. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he was a director on The Office for a few episodes, right? Like, what you'll actually notice is that long-running TV series actually switch director, like on a regular basis. And it's almost why you can kind of tell like a difference in vibe from episode to episode. It's most prevalent on shows like Heroes, in my opinion. Right? The ones that are like up their own ass in Heroes, yeah, those were the ones directed by the creator of the show, something Kring or whatever. But then like other episodes have like a totally different vibe. I actually really like that because it keeps the show fresh. Like if you have the same director every single time, it becomes like it feels formulaic. I feel like there's only so many shows that can actually do that right. I think Severance might be like every episode was Ben Stiller. But yeah, exactly. Like a fresh mindset, a fresh like, you know, approach to like a specific story. Like in shows where there's like a big overarching like message and plot, you probably get the same director, but in sitcoms especially, they kind of live just as their own unique snowflakes, right? Even though there is like overarching plots, they're less important that way. But yeah, how's everyone's Saturday going? You having a good day? I'm still just so fucking embarrassed that I forgot where I parked yesterday. Like, man, just... Like, I really did sit there where I thought I parked for like 10 minutes. Like, shit, man. Am I gonna call an Uber? I guess I got to. I guess someone stole my car. Because I saw like broken glass on the ground and everything. I just wondered, like, who the fuck steals a 1995 Subaru that's beat the fuck up? Man, honestly, I think they need it more than I do. You know? But I still had that moment. Like, who the fuck steals a 1995 Subaru? I can understand breaking into it if I had some stuff, like, sitting there that someone wanted. But no, I just had such a distinct memory from me parking there on Wednesday that, like, by habit, after smoking a joint, I walked back to, like, where I parked on Wednesday, not where I had parked last night. So, yeah, I'm just so embarrassed by that. That's so annoying. Well, I don't even know this song. Yeah, we're going to skip that one. I think we might have just hit, like, the best songs on the album. Carolina Rig might be all right, so we'll skip to that. Here's the thing. I normally take a photo of where I park in Seattle. But I parked in, like, an area that I've kind of, like, parked in a lot. Like, there's, like, one street that I tend to, like, park on, basically, in Belltown. And it becomes my, like, my home base. Like, if I'm going anywhere even remotely downtown Seattle, besides, like, South Lake Union, I'll park in this one spot just because it's a good, like, home base. Like, I can navigate to and from it in a radius, you know? And I do the same thing in Capitol Hill. I do the same thing in South Lake Union. Like, I always have, like, these spots that are like, you know what? This is just normally where I park. I find that far more valuable. I don't mind walking a little further as long as I don't have to, like, put too much thought into, like, where I parked. Obviously, that did me harm yesterday. I went to this place, Bangrock Market or something like that. That's like a late night, like, kind of like, almost like Thai street food kind of like restaurant. And it was good. Like, they do these, like, pork skewers, like Mu Ping or Mu Ding. I forget the name of it. It's good, but I actually do better pork skewers here at home. That's kind of insane to me. Like, I didn't realize that I had already surpassed their pork skewers after their inspiration for me to start making it at home. So I'm actually really stoked on that. I never need to go there again. Now, I'll probably still go there if I end up being in Seattle. You know, that food is better than, like, Shorty's and their fucking, like, corn dogs and shit, you know? And I don't like Rocco's Pizza. So in that area, you know, if I'm hungry, we'll see. But let's keep going. For the back end that we're building, I think this is it, right? We got get notification, but this is the wrong thing. You know what, though? This is one of my favorite parts about Elixir in general. We have these two conflicting function names, but they're not actually a conflict because they have a different arity of the function. One takes 2 args, the other takes 1, so we could just call this with 2 args and we're set, right? It's actually kind of, like, really nice. All right. Yeah. All right. We saw the highball glass when looking up the Long Island iced tea. I wanted to hear some Les Claypool, but we'll switch back to synthwave. Or we could switch to air, doing some Moon Safari stuff. They're pretty good. Let's try it. I think I'm going to need to crank them up a little bit because this is kind of a quiet concert. Anyone know the band Air? Does Java have a similar like arity thing? I don't know. I have no idea. To me, it strikes me as something that like functional languages do. And I never really think of Java as functional, but I could still see them doing like arity based stuff, right? Pattern matching wise. To me, like you need like pattern matching built into the language by default though, which means yeah, you're basically looking at functional languages in general. Java has overflow. This is different. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, so what you're getting at, Brainless and Maniac, is that in Java you can pass like extra arguments, and at the function level, those extra arguments might be condensed into like a list of just extra args or something, right? Ooh, shake and bake. What chat theme would you like to see? Did you just see that you had 50,000 channel points and you decided to use them? Because you could always save up some money and make me play some guitar. And not money, but channel points. Do I implement CSRF protection? No, because I don't typically use cookies. CSRF is only valid for cookies. So yeah, like I don't use cookies, so I don't do CSRF. I only need to prevent XSS. Correct me if I'm wrong. People that know better about security, as far as I understand, if you're not using cookies, CSRF is irrelevant. So yeah, overloading is a different thing, maybe. I don't know, Maniac. I'm not sure. I don't know Java. Dealer's choice. Time for a new look. Okay. I mean, take it easy, Brainless. It's a fine language. It does plenty. You know, people get become productive with it. I try and avoid the X versus Y style like language memes. You can be productive in anything. So having strong opinions about those things, eh, it doesn't help anyone. It's just memes for meme's sake. So we try and avoid that here. There are plenty of streams that like really go heavy on the X versus Y stuff, and that's fine. Like that's their choice. They can do that. It's just something I explicitly don't like doing because I think it separates us out. Like, you know, it makes us more objective. If you have features that you like or don't like about a language, we can talk about that 100%. Right? That is an objective statement. Like, or, and especially like it may be subjective whether you like it or not, but it's at least specific enough that it's not just like thing bad, you know? It's easier to talk about something technically different about it rather than just liking it or disliking it on a whole, you know? So dealer's choice, I mean, we could switch to DOS. Yeah, I think function overloading is slightly different, but maybe they do end up being used in the same ways. So I'm not sure. No, I think you're right, though. Like, even C++ has function overloading. TypeScript and JavaScript don't. But yeah, you're right. Like, Java and C++ do have, like, function overloading. So that's a good call. The fact that you can even do, like, operator overload is kind of crazy. No, you're totally right, Maniac. Like, no, that's a good call. It's something I don't think about. But there you are. Is the C change good enough, or do you want to switch to like a totally different layout? Let's try fancy. I'm not a big fan of fancy. How about split? No, I don't like split. Not for this use case. I think I did fancy. Fancy is the one for Rocks codes. We made a specific theme for Rocks at one point, didn't we? Pretty sure we called it Fancy. Mr. Fancy Pants. Let's see how it looks here on stream. It'll overload here in a sec. I made it. This is something I made maybe 4 or 5 years ago. This is one of the first big projects I made on stream. And I eventually wanted to turn it into like a software as a service. And it's kind of where the idea for Walter came from, because I wanted to do like usage-based billing. But a hard drive crashed and we lost so much of like the work for it that it's not even worth considering at this point. So now it just lives as a point in time. And eventually I could go back and remake it, but I need to concentrate on things that could actually make money. And monetizing streamers is a really bad business. Yeah, ATProto was like the old LLC that I had. Our new one is Whirligig Labs. ATProto is technically defunct, but I still like copyright-wise own all the source code myself, so I can grant that license to any business I see fit, you know? If you're curious about the name, it's a portmanteau of apropos and pont, which means bridge. So it's a bridge for, like, the company is a bridge for me to build relevant applications. No, it doesn't do YouTube chat. And that's one of the things I would have loved to have added to it at some point. But again, it just simply lives as a lens into that exact time of when I made it, because I can't modify the code anymore. Like, I'd have to rebuild so much from scratch because I hadn't pushed up everything as quickly as I needed to. So that's my fault. I totally get it. I could have sworn I had been pushing it, but you know. How was I planning to monetize it on usage? We don't have a thing to show for it here. But if you look at like how we would set how often you would be notified of a balance being overdrawn or being low on your balance, right? The idea is that you would spend money, maybe $20, and you would have a balance that we deduct from. And then the deduction would be based upon how many emotes you had and the upper limit of the file size that you wanted to store. So if you wanted to store 5 megabyte GIFs, that's fine. Just pay me money. If you wanted to store 1,000 different images, that's fine. Just pay me money. And like they were two different sliders that would dictate what your like monthly like burn rate was, right? So you would spend $20, you'd have credits, and we would deduct from that based upon like your sliders that you set for like your usage. So then it was basically similar to like how DigitalOcean works. When you spin up a new droplet on DigitalOcean, all they're effectively doing is changing your burn rate at a per hour or per minute interval, right? And then they just calculate how much of, let's say they're, you got a $5 per month droplet and a $10 per month droplet, but you're like only turning on and off that droplet, or like creating and deleting that $10 droplet on like intervals throughout the month. We would then calculate just intervals of you changing your burn rate and the percentage of like the monthly amount that should be. So we were able to like prorate anything along that tier. That was the original version of Walter, but it only supported one virtual currency, and now we've migrated it to be more applicable, but now we don't have like the burn rate part, because I think that's more of an edge case at the moment. But it's something I will absolutely add later. Like if any host wants to spin up their own version of DigitalOcean's billing system, that was the original idea. I wanted to abstract out DigitalOcean's billing as a service. At the moment, we're not doing that. We're just doing quotas and balances. But with a balance, deducting from that based on usage is just an easy next step. But I need to prove out the other parts first. I really want to make it to where any hosting provider can have DigitalOcean like fine-grained billing. That was like the first step. So yeah, like honestly, the thing we're working on now is related to StreamParrot, because I needed billing like that for StreamParrot. At least I wanted billing like that. And I had built it out. Like, dude, we had billing. We were like maybe a max of a month away from having like the Stripe wiring and everything for that billing before that hard drive crashed. And technically it was an external SSD, but it was like through like a bad enclosure. And it was APFS on that SSD. And APFS is really aggressive about cleaning up stuff. So yeah, we lost everything. It sucks. You feel too seen. I get it. I understand. And yeah, how you doing, Dan? I do like your, like your social presence is good, man. I'm a fan of like a lot of the tweets I see. Oh, are things not going great? I'm sorry. That sucks. Well, if it's any consolation, I told this story a little bit ago, but I'll tell it again. Last night, I was in Seattle. I smoked a joint after leaving the bar. And I walked to where I thought I was parked, and my car wasn't there. And I saw like broken glass on the ground kind of spread out. And I was like, well, first, who the fuck steals a 1995 Subaru? And then my second thought was, oh my God, I had 2 bags of like quail eggs in there that I hadn't moved out of my fucking fridge yet. Or out of, like into my house yet from like the trunk. Like I was more worried about the quail eggs than the car for like a major portion of time. And then I realized, no, that's where I parked on Wednesday. I parked in a different place last night. Oops. So yeah. You know, I'm still so massively embarrassed for myself because of that. I blame the joint. I'm pretty much just at I'm going to smoke weed at home stage in my life now. Smoking weed out in public? I don't know, man. I think I'm good. It was a dude, where's my car situation. You're not even wrong. See, it wasn't the anxiety. It was just the fact that, like, memory becomes fuzzy. I'm so glad I decided to just start walking up the street a bit. And, on the street that I was parked, I could see my car from like a couple blocks away. I just didn't look that direction when I walked the other way to where I was parked on Wednesday. I'm so glad I started walking up the hill to check because I was about to take an Uber home. I was about to take an Uber home. Like, dude. There you go. There you go, Maniac. Nailed it. But Danville, I'm sorry that things are not good right now. Anything you want to share? If not, I totally get it. I do have a gaming stream that's a smaller crowd if you want to, like, just commiserate and rant there. Totally up to you. And we don't know each other that well, so I'm totally fine if you don't want to share anywhere. That's totally okay. But if you do want to vent, I would say Griffing and Chill is a better stream to vent fully in, but if you want to at least like clue us in and chat, we can do that here too. It's Saturday, But I do have to use the restroom, so not trying to like ignore you. I gotta go pee. I gotta pee, man. So yeah. Okay, you don't like airing in public. I totally get that, man. No. Dude, that's just a human thing. Like, yeah, you don't have to be from anywhere. Okay, and I'm back. Following the gaming stream? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. We'll be over there tonight, but you're from Minnesota. I've been through Minnesota. I don't remember much about it. When I was moving from Jersey to Washington, I was probably 11 or 12. Right? And the only thing I remember that my parents like still make jokes about is we were in a gas station and someone said, "I ain't gonna pay no $2 for no corn muffin, eh?" And it was a very like Canadian statement. Like, it was really, really good. I ain't gonna pay no $2 for no corn muffin, eh? Like, my dad and my older brother still like reference that. We didn't pass through Canada, but there's definitely, come on, man. You know for a fact that there are people in Minnesota that are very, very close. And I'm like maybe messing up the accent a little bit. But you know that for a fact that there are people from Minnesota that talk that way, right? Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Just throw it in the washing machine. Oh yeah, don't you know? I've known people from Minnesota that do say washing, but also I know people from Washington that say Washington, you know? So, like, some of that stuff is just, like, based on who you chat with. Like, I've known people, like, who were born and bred, like a teacher I had was from Washington, and they said Washington, you know? Some of that stuff, I don't know, man. It's it's okay. Like, take it easy. We're trying to be chill, you know? Just let people be wrong then. You don't have to say it to their face sometimes. Come on, man. Just chill. I know you're probably kidding, but come on. I'm not sure what age you are though. Like, the people I know from Minnesota more so are, yeah, yeah. I assumed you were kidding. Um, like, have you ever heard of Bald Eagle Productions? Okay, so you're 30, so you might not know any of these guys. But as far as like snowboarding world goes, there was a really good like snowboard crew from Minnesota called Bald Gal Eagle Productions, and some major fucking pro snowboarders came out of that group. Never snowboarded a day in your life. All right, okay. So you're barely Minnesotan. I'm kidding. I'm so sorry. That was a bad joke. You do a lot of fishing, though, right? So you're barely Minnesotan. And I'm just having fun. Sorry. You're whatever you want to be. Let me just put it this way. One of the Bald Eagle, I know, I'm sorry. One of the Bald Eagle Productions videos was called Tacklebox. So they're snowboarders and fishermen. It's been real and it's been fun, but it hasn't really been fun. That makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. I've known some people from the area. I definitely know some Nodak people too. They're also chill. But I get it. Fucking Idaho, right? Because I'm over here in Washington. Fucking Idaho. No, I get that. Totally get it. Fucking Idaho, man. Washington's nice. Yeah, it's good here. I assume Minnesota is like pretty heavy, like rainy type area, right? So you'd probably fit right in like Western Washington. No, and I get it. Seattle's so expensive, for sure. It's muggy and snowy. Okay. And Cobra. I will say, if you want to live on the coast, Western Washington's like coast is actually super fucking cheap. It's just a long drive to get to Seattle. But you can actually find land over on like the peninsula, like super fucking cheap. Oh, that Vancouver. Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, we have a Vancouver, Washington too. That one sucks. But yeah, yeah, Vancouver, Canada is nice. Yes, I am a developer advocate at GetKraken. Prior to this, I've been a front end, somewhat full stack engineer for about 10 years. I've been full stack on my own time for longer than 10 years. But as far as like work goes, I started out full stack and for the most part, kind of like pigeonholed myself into like front end lead, which is fine. Like it's a nice role. So I mean, Cobra Chicken game dev at companies has always been a race to the bottom because everyone wants to do it. It's actually a shit industry. As an indie game dev, the sky's the limit. But working at like big companies fucking sucks, as far as I understand it. Is that true, Dan? I don't know. Like, please verify. But I know for a fact that EA, like, yeah, they just churn and burn developers because they can. And they pay them shit. Indie game dev is the only way to make game dev work at like a human level, in my opinion. But it's such a lottery. Ooh, there you go. Exactly, Dan. Like, there's very much an incentive at some companies to, like, yeah, the game launched. Now we lay everyone off and only keep the people that maintain the game for a while. And when we're ready to make a new game, we'll hire again. Right? That is a big thing in the gaming industry. Like, EA does it. Like, yeah, a lot of the big companies do it, and it sucks. They will overwork you, they will stress you the fuck out. And then once you're launched, fire everybody. Yep. 100% Spirius. Yeah. Like, it's almost like that quote from Biodome, right? We wanted to be rock stars until we realized that the modern, representation of the music industry blows. Like, sucks. Game dev is the same way because every single kid that plays games thinks they want to make games. It's really tough. Yeah, okay. Yep. So Dan Vale and Spirius, you guys were saying the same exact thing at the same time, for sure. And QA testing is insanely underappreciated, but also not paid nearly enough. I point this out to everyone who wants to get into web dev. Do not just go take a QA or testing job because you will pigeonhole yourself to that, and it's really hard to break away from it. Right? QA, testing, support. All of those roles in web dev are actually dead fucking ends. You think because you're in tech, it gets your foot in the door, but it doesn't. Because if you're good at what you do, they don't want you to leave because they're not paying you nearly as much as you're worth. and they want to keep you where you're at. If you're bad at what you do, well, then they don't want to promote you to dev anyway because you suck. So, like, there's no winning. If you're good at what you do, they want to keep you there because you're good. Like, there is something to being good at QA. There is something to being a good tester. There is something to being good at support. But they're just not a good, like, foot in the door to become a dev. It sucks. Yeah, Dan, but they treat them like they're bots, right? They treat them as a commodity rather than like a resource, you know? Like, they don't want QA to have opinions. Ugh. Right? So basically, they're a bot, whether they're a bot, like, literally or not, you know? They are invaluable. Absolutely. They need to be paid more, for sure. And no amount of like the dev is responsible for their own testing is going to cover a good QA person that can see the edge case from a mile away, you know? But also, like, bad QA ends up being that joke. Like, you know, QA engineer walks into a bar, they order 1 beer, 7 beers, -1 beers, foo beers, right? Etc. A customer walks into the bar and asks where the bathroom is and everything explodes. You know, like, sometimes you do really get QA that act like bots anyway, you know? Which is why a really good QA knows to ask for the bathroom as part of their fucking playbook. And that person will never, ever get moved to actual dev because they're just too good as a QA. We can't lose you. But no, we're not going to pay you more. Fuck that. Like, dude, yeah, QA is in a really bad place. It sucks. So yeah, I believe what you were saying there, Cobra, is you're trying to get into dev, right? And you're asking, what do I think is worth learning at the moment, right? It depends on what you want to do. And yeah, we'll allow that. Yeah. GTFO is fine. Bobby Kotick cries into the money. Yeah. That's the Blizzard guy, right? He is like the epitome of like live long enough to become the villain, right? Like, he started out as like a hero for the user and just became the villain real quick. Yeah, exactly. Yep. He may have started out with a passion for whatever, and now he just has a passion for money. Like, technically, he was the Blizzard like guy. Like, he's the one that made not World of Warcraft, like Warcraft 2 happen. You know, like, he was a darling of like game players for a long time because he made shit people wanted to play, and then he just pivoted to being a fucking gremlin. Maybe goblin, maybe fucking just dragon sitting on his hoard of gold. Whatever analogy works for you. Maybe a mixture of both. He's the dragoblin. Or the dragremlin, if you will. Or Gremlagon. There you go. He's a Gremlagon. No, I get it, Dan. I know you're a big fan of the Primogen. I've seen you over there. I believe he's even like VIP'd you. Like, yeah, great dude. Also, VIP to VIP. Yeah, great dude. We do try and keep it a little more mature. Oh, you're a mod over there, actually. Oh, I thought you were VIP. All right, well, never mind. Worst decision he ever made. There you go. Touche. Touche. But yeah, just saying. We do try and keep it a little, like, you know, we don't do the D's nuts joke here. I feel like it actually creates like an antagonistic environment. He makes it work. But yeah, it's just not the vibe here. That's all. Hey, what's up, Cinder? How you doing? In my opinion, like, he's lamented how he doesn't get a good, like, gender spread on his channel, and it'll never change if he keeps doing D's nuts jokes. Like, that'll just never change, right? You can't treat stream like a boys club and then lament that it's a fucking boys club. So I do try and make it at least a little more broadly accessible that way, which means we gotta try and like not do as many of like the immature like jokes. I'll laugh at a fart joke, you know? I'm only human. But we just try and maintain a slightly different vibe, you know? No, I understand that, Dan. Like, he does appeal to that sort of audience. Like, it is a boys club over there, right? The Karen stuff, like, dude, so many of the jokes, like the D's nuts jokes, like all that stuff. And I'm not trying to like say it bad, you know? Like, let me put it this way. I'm a fan. I made that GIF. I did that, like, motion, like, you know, rotoscoping and all that shit, right? Yeah, I just want to, like, make sure that it's not that way. Like, it could be misinterpreted. Maybe not by you, but anyone watching. They might misinterpret me. So I at least want to make sure people understand, like, I'm a fan. I'm an OG fan. I think I'm one of his longest subs. I hit 69 a while back as my, like, sub count. And he didn't even acknowledge it. I was so pissed. I was so mad. It was when they were starting the, I know, I get it, the 69 thing, but it's like, it's a milestone, right? And it's a milestone that's relevant to his community, and it got ignored. That was annoying, you know? That was just a little annoying, if I'm being honest. No, he doesn't need to do anything. No. We're still good. Like, Prime is one of my favorite people to hang out with at TwitchCon, for sure. He doesn't need to do anything. All right. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's hard to tell. If you're not aware, here on Twitch, when you're actually kidding, you got to do something like a kappa, winking smiley face at the minimum, because sarcasm doesn't translate. Like, it doesn't work over text. Poe's law dictates everything we have on the internet at this point. So in the future, when you are, like, kidding, it would be nice to make it, like, totally obvious with a kappa. Right? The kappa-tato totally works. All right, so hold on. So Cobra Chicken. Should go back to messing with C# in Unity. I mean, you can do application and like API stuff and whatever with C#. Like, use your C# knowledge to become like a web dev, man. Yeah, learn some .NET, and there's like a huge future for you at like major enterprise that does .NET shit. You can get a job at Microsoft, dude. Yeah, AI safety is just in the research area. Anthropic is really the only company that cares about that stuff. OpenAI doesn't give a shit. Like, they pretend they do, but they don't. But yeah, Cobra Chicken, honestly, utilize your C# knowledge. Start learning how to build like REST APIs using C# and .NET. Learn how to do like front end separate from that, just in case. That was fine. Yeah. No, that was good. I would argue against Blazor. It's such a niche. Instead, just understand HTML, CSS, and like frameworks like React to integrate with like a C# backend. I think Blazor is just such a niche that you shouldn't build any like major experience around it. And if you do find a job that needs it, you can just learn it as you need to. Yeah, I'd ignore Blazor for the moment. Right? If someone's trying to learn web dev coming from game dev, Blazor is such an edge case that they shouldn't worry about yet. Hold on, I think you're missing a kappa there, Dan. Just one kappa. It's all right. I'm just letting you know. I think it just makes it so that we can like communicate better. Adding those things that indicate our intention is important. Same idea, React and Blazor. Maybe, but they're not the same like market share. If you want to get a job, Blazor isn't it. I think it's worth learning at some point, but you're better off learning React. You're better off learning another front-end framework. Because again, the more front-end frameworks you learn, the more that you realize that they're all comparable with like the patterns. But I do just want to point out, like, Blazor just doesn't have as many jobs. If you're trying to break into web dev, you got to concentrate on the things that will get you employed. Hold on, level, you're missing it. .NET is huge. Blazor is not. .NET is huge, Blazor is not. Those two are not the same thing. There's a Venn diagram of their overlap. They are not the same thing, though. Learning .NET, huge. Learn .NET for REST APIs. Learn proper front-end stuff for proper front-end stuff. And then later, when you got extra time, you can concentrate on Blazor. But Blazor is not the common case in any environment. Not even at Microsoft. Yeah, no worries, Dan. Yeah, for sure. So level, like you might say it's recommended, but recommended by who? Not the company. Nah, man. Only by Microsoft. They're the only person recommending Blazor. And sometimes you just got to recognize that they're not recommending it for your own benefit. They're recommending it for their own benefit. The majority of .NET applications just live as REST APIs. And then you have some other front end consuming that. That is the common case. I'd love to see some numbers. I don't have any to back up my statement either. So again, we can just disagree. But go just look at job like postings. How many of them actually have Blazor as a requirement? Basically none. Basically none. It's not going to be part of their interview process, you know? Exactly, right? Like most companies are working with older things. Blazor is way too new for them to have anything built with it, right? Blazor is the evolution of Razor. Sure. But again, like, I don't think Razor is even the common case. Blazor and Razor, like, any of that, like, they're not the common case, dude. The common case is to build up an API that you can consume from everything. And then your rendering layer doesn't matter as far as your backend is concerned. Even MVC.net. Nah, you're going to build a REST API that you can consume from anywhere. That's the majority of people I've talked to about these things, but that is a selection bias, so I could be wrong. But how many Blazor projects have you actually worked on at a corporate level? I'd be really curious about that. Like ones where the company had a say versus you just shoehorning it. Those are separate. Unless you're going to say the majority of the applications you work on are Blazor, I'm sorry, man, like you're steering them wrong. Blazor applications are an edge case. They're not the common case. Just like Next.js applications are an edge case, not the common case. Or let me at least put it this way. Next.js applications that need to be Next.js applications. That is an edge case. So that's how I'm equating these things. Maybe I'm wrong. But at least you understand where I'm coming from, like level 002. We're trying to get this person employed, not trying to teach them the latest and greatest in the ecosystem, right? That might be a different constraint than you are arguing, sure. But that is where I'm coming from with my comments. So that's fine, Cobra Chicken. If you want to branch out to Node.js, sure. But instead, you could leverage your C# knowledge and learn SQL and do MVC.NET REST APIs and be far more quickly employable than if you were learning an entirely new paradigm and an entirely new tech stack. I would say if you want to learn Node.js, do it. But if you want to get to the quickest path to being employable, learn how to make a REST API with C# and .NET. You will learn SQL, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. You will learn SQL, MS SQL, even MySQL you can tie to from an MVC.NET stack, you know? as far as I know. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Level. I don't see why like the exact database implementation would be only Microsoft, but you know, sometimes Microsoft's going to do Microsoft things. But Cobra, look at it this way. As far as your resume is concerned, you have C# knowledge. To branch out to an entirely new tech for an entirely new like job application process, I would consider wrong. You should be trying to leverage the C# knowledge you have and pivoting to like C# web dev in some way. And if you want to branch out after you've gotten your first web dev job, totally, man. Do whatever you want. Like, yeah, I get it. But if you want to get Node.js jobs, your C# knowledge that you have on your resume already is meaningless. Whereas instead, pivoting your knowledge of C# into web dev from game dev is a happier path. Okay, so there you go, Level. But again, like Angular front end and C# API backend, I would say is a far more common case than Blazor and even Razor, right? Razor and Toka. Like, yeah. So that's what I'm getting at, right? If we're trying to get this person as employable as quickly as possible, we got to focus on the common case. And then after that, they can focus on whatever the fuck they want, right? That's the only reason I'm pushing back on the things you've been saying, Level, right? I understand stuff that you want to promote and you have your own opinions and your own preferences. But if we want to get this person employed, there's a happier path than Blazor, right? I tend to argue from a pragmatic standpoint rather than an ideological standpoint. And I think Blazor is an ideological choice rather than a pragmatic choice in most cases. Like you just mentioned, companies that are only Microsoft because of reasons. That's ideology, more so than practicality. So technically Moshiko, MVC could still be the API part of C# and Angular. Nothing about MVC.net presupposes that you have to use it to render templates. Because model view controller, the view could simply just be the JSON rendering layer. As far as that abstraction goes. The view could simply be JSON. And it still fits within the MVC.net paradigm. Again, view is just the rendering of controller and model interactions. That view can be HTML, that view can be JSON, that view can be XML, it can be anything you want. As far as like MVC at a core level is implemented, right? MVC is just a pattern for implementation. And that view can be any rendering layer you want. It doesn't have to be HTML. Now, Microsoft may differ in that definition, but as far as MVC literally is defined, the view can be anything. The view is just the rendering process. Rendering your model and your controller's logic into JSON is still a view. So I at least want to make sure that's obvious to people. View doesn't literally mean user interface. View is just the rendering layer. And that view could interchangeably be XML, JSON, protobuf, whatever. I think that's the important distinction I'm trying to make. And I'm not saying the Microsoft version of MVC. I mean what MVC literally means. Model view controller. The view can be any output you want. I know, I get it, Moshiko. I just want to make sure other people get it too. Because it does seem like something that people could mix up. Like it's a little ambiguous. Like MVVM. Well, MVVM dictates that your backend has something to do with the view model, and the view model then does dictate that it's at least concerned with how the view interacts with the model. So MVVM might actually be more specific and require the front end to know more about the back end. Again, it's still kind of fuzzy. The difference between MVVM and MVC is really fuzzy. But in general, MVVM encourages like progressive enhancement more so than just outputting data, right? So in an MVVM application, you're probably dealing with HTML templates that then progressively enhance with like JavaScript-y bullshit to tie it to the backend. And again, I'm okay to like argue some of these semantics. That's important. If you think I'm wrong in the way I'm defining these things, that is a good argument to have. I was simply just pushing back on the learn Blazor part of it level. So I hope that makes sense. Hope we're good, you know, because I love these conversations. I think it's important. Does anyone not run JS? Spirius. It's not that you're going to intentionally not run JS, but if you are on a train, right, and you're on your mobile device, and you all of a sudden, like you're loading some web page, and you go through a tunnel, and the JS just was the asset that was taking longer to load, should your form still work? Will it be as good as it could be? No. But should a user still be able to enter data into the form that they got rendered and it just works? Yes. Right? For e-commerce, 100% progressive enhancement is necessary. 1000%. If someone is fucking impulse buying something on the train, you don't want to deny that purchase just because they didn't load your JS asset. Because of like some bad connection bullshit. They were switching between towers, like mobile-wise. They were going through a tunnel, like whatever. You don't want to let them not buy a thing. You want that shit to go through as much as you fucking can. Yes, there are certain cases where progressive enhancement is more important than others. And that's a decision you have to make about how you design your application. It is pretty much never about the person disabled JavaScript because they're fucking a tinfoil hat wearing, like, sociopath. No, dude. Those people basically don't exist. There was an article, at least by The Guardian, maybe 10 years ago, and maybe it's changed, where 5% of your users won't get your JS assets loaded. And it's not because they had some setting, it's because they're on mobile and just some random thing happens and like the connection, that CCP like download fucking died. Maybe changing cell towers, maybe changing whatever, right? 5% of your users will hit that. In e-commerce, disregarding 5% of purchases is insane because you're only concentrating on like a 1% conversion rate anyway. So e-commerce is not willing to accept an automatic 5% loss of conversion. That just eats into their bottom line too much. Those are the things you have to think about. Is your application vulnerable to brittle connections? Are your users going to be on the train manipulating your service? Technically, the answer is yes. Like, on a long enough timeline, the answer is yes. Is it worth your engineering effort to solve that problem? That's where you have to consider the revenue that you might generate from it. Like, on a long enough timeline, that number gets to the 100% asymptotically, right? But it then comes down to the engineering effort required to do it. Maybe level. That's like a future concern. Like, we're not living there yet. Like, you can't make those decisions now based upon what the future might do. So Cobra, I'm not keen to go load some random paste bin. No, thank you. I'm good. No, like, we don't allow links in general, and I could give you privileges for links, but I don't think anybody wants to click a random paste bin. No, I get it, but can you just describe it instead? Can you just use your words? I don't think we need the snippet. Sorry. If you ever end up posting a link that I think does have value, I'll totally give you permission to do so. But just some random paste bin without any, like, context? No, thank you. Sorry. Especially because Pastebin has questionable, like, ads, like, all over the place. No, We Leave Tonight. We did look at the thing he was talking about. It was, like... No, he didn't use my tool whatsoever. It was instant domain search. Which seems nice, but actually my tool's better. Like, dude, I've gotten way better stuff from my tool versus, like... Dude, if we type in wallet, right? Oh my god. Dude, and also, like, this tool is so fucking, like, spam heavy. Oh my god, dude. You do anything with this tool and you're getting sent to GoDaddy with a fucking affiliate link. Like, it's just gross. It's so fucking gross. Like, I hate this site, actually, at this point. There's a little bit that they do better, but not really. This is the tool he was talking about, right? The domain generator thing. I think it's actually kind of a shit tool. And I like my CLI tool. I like my Proficientim massively better than this fucking thing. Like, so much better than this fucking thing. But what they end up doing is I'm disregarding any and all domains that are not fully available. Whereas, like, you know, if you got $1,000 and this seems like the thing you want to do, well, okay, for $1,000, this might be totally worth it for your brand. And this is a thing that this service is doing. I am not considering anything that's already registered in my stuff. So there's separate tools with separate goals. But no, I saw the Paul Graham thing. It's just nah, this shit's a nope from me, man. It's a bad service. Like, it doesn't check any of the boxes I need. There's no criteria to dictate, like, the length. You know, like, I only want five 5-letter domains. Like, there's just so much missing, and it's just so fucking gross. Like, if you hover over any of these things, the affiliate link bullshit is fucking gross. Like, fuck this website. Fuck that website, dude. Yeah. Like, if you want to buy a domain for millions of dollars, there's websites for that. But I'm, at this point, so anti-GoDaddy, I refuse to use a service that uses GoDaddy affiliate links. Like, fuck that. No. No. Hell no. Hell no. I do believe you get your ass kicked for that. Yes, I'm referencing Office Space. Hey, Lawrence, anyone ever say, sounds like someone's got a case the Mondays, like on a Monday? Nah, man. Hell no. No, I do believe you get your ass kicked for saying something like that. Damn right, man. Like, dude, you get your ass kicked for using GoDaddy affiliate links. Fuck that shit, dude. Hell no. Hell no. I'm like religiously opposed to it, and I'm anti-religious. If I had a 10 commandments of being CM Griffin, ooh, that's one of them. No GoDaddy, dude. That's at least one of them. NoDaddy.com. Damn right. So yeah, I know we're bullshitting. Someone said something about the UI. Yeah. I'm using Neo-Brutalism. If you want to use Neo-Brutalism in your apps, go for it, man. I don't own it. Like, yeah, I didn't do shit. I'm so lazy. I'm not going to do any of my own designing. Ugh, gross. But yeah, real quick, get notification by org ID. I know Arity can save us from it, but I prefer something that is more explicit. But yeah, anti-GoDaddy, anti-Namecheap. I'm anti pretty much everything that website links to. No, thank you. But let me go pee. I'll be right back. I got plenty of water, so I don't need to do that part. But we are going through the whiskey and water pretty quick. All right. So I'm back. Dude, the reviews. Yeah. The reviews on that website are fucking amazing. This library is complete garbage. I don't believe there are people who will actually use this. I want to vomit. I'm like, dude, it's really good. And it's using Tailwind, but it's built on top of ShadCN, if you've heard of ShadCN. I had a tweet go, I don't know, not necessarily like viral, right? But over on Twitter, hold on, what's this? What happened? All right, yeah, no, that's different. I had a tweet go pretty damn big, right? Like quoting Aiden. So like Aiden's tweet going big is what made mine go big. Like he nailed it at 72K. Mine got 26K because I just retweeted saying like, this is ShadCN, by the way. Like he said, you can do theming and it barely changed anything, but with a little bit of CSS, dude, ShadCN doesn't even look like ShadCN. Like you can just do things, you know? So yeah, just pointing out, you know, ShadCN has a really good framework around building your own component library. And you can use like JSON stuff to do it. What's the momentum? It gives you a component that you fully control. So you run the ShadCN thing and you get a component locally that you can then modify as you see fit, which is really cool. Whereas like every other framework is harder to modify. Like it's still just CSS as long as you know the right CSS incantations to do, but you get more access to modify things using ShadCN. It's just rare that people actually do so. And that's why Aiden Bai had to make that tweet about, yeah, you know you can theme ShadCN, right? Like, come on, man. Winner. That sounds like an amazing project, dude. If you're looking for something to work on, that sounds like something very enviable from like a resume perspective. Do one for solid, do one for svelte. Like, who gives a shit, right? Just fork their project and change the outputs. Problem solved. You can do this. You have the technology. Only thing stopping you is self-doubt. And maybe time. Someone could make an Angular version of ShadCN. 1000%. Someone could do it. Until someone does, it's just a thought, you know? And thoughts are cheap. And I know some people who've joined the chat were like, man, is this dude gonna code at all? I did a bunch of code earlier, dude. But like some of these conversations are more important than hammering out code. In my opinion, we can agree to disagree. English is the new programming language. Astronaut meme with the gun behind the astronaut's head always has been. For, while, function, that's always been English. Show me a non-English programming language. No, I get it. Carpathy, like, I don't know, man. Like, that dude's a bullshit artist. He's the coiner of the vibe coding like bullshit, right? One of my favorite fucking memes recently that I actually posted last night at like 3 a.m. I only posted it to Twitter. I should have done it elsewhere. Wait, hold on. What was that? Damn, what is up with Chris O'Dowd? Like, damn, is he really missing a tooth these days? Or is that some effect? What is up with Chris O'Dowd in that photo? But yeah, here we go. This tweet. Right? Like, people might want to hate on Levels.io, and my tweet might even seem like it's hating, right? Only 3 players playing this game. It was epic while it lasted. Yeah, dude. You know what happened? He ran into the limits of cursor and its context windows. Like, dude, you're not going to vibe code some fucking, like, million player art, like MMORPG with this shit, man. It's not going to happen. You're going to run into the bottlenecks of, like, does it work on mobile? Like, it starts losing context because your context window just isn't big enough. But the guy made $1 million. So, like, dude, Levels.io and his fucking plane game is basically the pet rock of our current era, isn't it? We're not upset because the pet rock exists. We're only upset because we're not the ones that did it, you know? So any hater towards that stuff, like, yeah, we're just upset we're not the ones that came up with the pet rock, dude. Yeah, I'm fucking jealous. I wish I came up with the pet rock. I wish I vibe coded a bullshit fucking flying game. We're all just jealous of the fact that we didn't do the obvious thing that was right in front of our fucking faces. It does the bread. Like, I understand that too. He does have a network he can leverage. That absolutely helps. But at the end of the day, how'd the pet rock guy do it? He utilized some fucking, like, network shenanigans. No, the million's a joke. If he, like, technically, 50K in a month is 600K a year, right? That's pretty much $1 million at that point. That's basically $1 million. So if you take your MRR from 1 month and multiply it by 12, that's your ARR. That's just fucking indie hacker math. I dare you to contest that. That's just indie hacker math, dude. He made basically $1 million. I should have put an asterisk on it, right? My point is that it's not literally $1 million. This is a direct quote from Office Space, a film, and he's talking about the pet rock. You think the pet rock was a good idea? The guy made $1 million. Levels.io made 50K off of a weekend's worth of work. Maybe a week's worth of work. At the end of the day, this meme is still relevant. He did a thing and he made money off it. It doesn't need to last forever. Nothing lasts forever. So yeah, but let me just point out, I'm actually friendly with Levels. We are, like, we chat via PM from time to time. Like, I've made some rants about some things, and he's been like, yeah, I got the same vibe, dude. Like, just via PM, like, randomly. I consider him at least an internet friend. We've never hung out. I don't know him personally. I probably don't agree with his general politics, but I like the dude. And I think there's at least some kind of mutual like there. I really hope he doesn't think this is talking shit, because it's actually proving my point. Like, this is basically the pet rock of 2025. Would anyone contest that? I don't think so. This is the pet rock of 2025. You're only upset because you didn't come up with it. Is he shirtless in his profile pic at the moment? No way. Really? He is really into, like, the exercise, like, BS. And I think we know how I feel about that stuff, but I'm not going to hate on someone for being into fitness. We've been down that road too many times. It's just not something I endorse. Oh, okay. Like, dude, no, that's just him vibe coding, dude. Nah, no. I wouldn't even say that's like a thirst trap. That's just him living in fucking Thailand. You know, like, that's just Thailand. Nah, man. I wouldn't hate on him for that pick. Nah, I think you're picking the wrong fight there. That's just him actually, like, doing his thing. And he's living in Thailand at the time. Like, dude, if you're not in shorts and a tank top or something in Thailand, I believe you just like pain. Right? And tank top versus shirtless, same fucking thing. Oh, I don't know what the top link was. I get it. Again, he's a good dude, but you don't have to like everything everyone does. And I'm almost certain that he and I disagree politically in a bunch of ways. But I disagree politically with a lot of people. Especially in the tech, like, the popular tech Twitch space. Doesn't mean I don't like the person, I just don't like their opinions. That's fine. There does have to come a point when you have to separate the art from the artist and separate the person from their views. If you write them off forever, they can, like, you'll never be able to convince them otherwise, you know? When I think most reasonable people will see reason. And you only have to come to the point where, like, well, this person is unreasonable, to where, like, they're beyond saving. And I don't feel that way about anybody in the tech Twitch space. I don't think anybody in the tech Twitch space is actually unreasonable. I think that's important. We may disagree about things, but I don't think they're unreasonable. I think they could be convinced with reason and logic. I don't know. We were just talking about vibe coding and levels.io, and not that, but this tweet I made, right? Like, the haters of levels.io and his vibe coding thing might say, like, well, yeah, it's fucking dead. Haha, called it. Blah. But, like, the guy made $1 million, not literally $1 million. But anyone hating on it, like, they're just upset they didn't come up with their own version of basically, like, the 2025 pet rock. This is the pet rock. This is a version of the pet rock, in my opinion. And if you're hating on it, you're actually just hating on the fact that you didn't come up with it, probably, right? We all wish we came up with the pet rock. The guy made $1 million. We are all Tom in this fucking meme. The guy made $1 million. No, what I'm getting at is you can just make things, right? Don't let the haters dictate what you do. That's what I'm getting at, Dan. I'm a fan of Levels. Maybe you missed it that, like, yeah, he's been a viewer here on stream. We've chatted via PM a bunch of times. Like, he's a great dude. At least, you know, I don't know how he leans politically. I think we tend to disagree on some of that stuff. And that's where I got into the point that even here on Twitch, I might disagree with people in fundamental ways about things, but I don't think they're unreasonable people. And the moment you, like, write them off because they don't agree, you'll never convince them of the thing that you believe anyway, right? The moment you consider them unreasonable, you have separated yourself forever, right? Meanwhile, I don't think anybody in this category is truly unreasonable. There is some way that you can help them understand your perspective, and they can maybe help you understand theirs a little bit, right? You know what? That's how the world really works. Fuck Warren Buffering. No, I'm kidding. Like, nah, dude, I don't know him. Never met him. Yeah, he's willing to listen, right? There are, like, I mean, Dan, you'd be surprised how many people you probably disagree with if you disagree with Warren as well. If you disagree with Warren politically, there are a bunch of people you probably disagree with politically too. But that's not something we need to dig into, right? Yeah. And I at this point, if you disagree with Warren, we probably agree ourselves. But again, like, you can hate people you agree with too. That's fine, man. I'm kind of an asshole. It doesn't matter if you agree with me politically, you just might not like me. I'm not saying you specifically, but people in general. But I do like to think I'm at least a reasonable person where if I'm given a good argument, I'll at least try and understand it. Yeah. The royal you, the royal we. Every you and every me. Surprise placebo right there. Now I just really want to hear that song. Sorry, we're going to have to hear it. I'm sorry, we got to hear it. It's a Saturday. It's fine. I saw Cruel Intentions in the theater. This song hits like a very special place for me. Yeah, so Dan, you're a little younger than me. Yeah, I'm 40. I saw Cruel Intentions in the theater. I have fond memories of that. Oh, that's fine. My hairline says otherwise. But I've been balding since I was like mid-20s, so like, yeah, fuck it. I got balding on both sides of my family. It's not a big deal. Oh, and thank you, Cinder. Yeah, like, everyone watching on YouTube, y'all did this. Thank you so much. Y'all are the best. Like, we got 9 concurrent viewers on YouTube. That's actually... Damn, that's fucking massive for me. Thank you. And what's up, Standard? How you doing? But yeah, we hit partner, like full partner on YouTube. Like, we can monetize the videos, we can do ads and all that stuff. Like, yeah, for sure. Like, I was like the small part of partner for over a year. And then as like some of the published videos I did fell off, my number kept dipping. Like I was at 3,900 for like 8 months, you know? Like holy shit. But now I need to start publishing more actual videos. Shit. YouTube does have to chill on their music policy. It's really bad. Honestly, if they just made it to where it was easier to contest things in bulk, we'd be good. But instead on YouTube, when you get flagged, you have to like do every individual song that got flagged rather than just like selecting all of them and contesting the flag, right? That's just, it's broken. It's a bad experience. I complained about it. They never did anything about it. No, so Winter, YouTube does not have a distinction between the live stream and the VOD, whereas Twitch does do that distinction. So yes, YouTube doesn't have that. I think that would be another bit of feedback to give. Like, hey, live, let it just be like live in our thing, and then like the VOD for it is just doesn't use that one audio channel or whatever. Yeah, YouTube doesn't have any fucking support for that, as far as I know. I mean, honestly, Dan, besides sponsorships and stuff, even the Primogen makes way more money from Twitch than he ever did or ever does from YouTube. YouTube is a discovery engine more than anything. It is not a revenue source. I'd be really curious what Prime's like revenue numbers are from YouTube. Like just from YouTube, not like sponsored stuff. Oh yeah, he's definitely talked about it. He's really open about it. Like it's really cool. Yeah, YouTube is just a funnel. It's just a discovery engine because their discovery engine is better than Twitch's, right? Like YouTube pushes you out to such a broader market than Twitch ever will, right? Like just Twitch doesn't have a broad enough market anyway, you know? How much he makes from Twitch? I don't know. He's pretty honest about that stuff. I'm not even going to try and speculate. If you watch his stream enough, he'll probably talk about it. Like he'll show how many subs he has, and you can just simply know that number pretty quick. His ad revenue, I mean, there's probably some mathematical formula you could do for that. If you consider that I am sitting around 50 viewers, between 50 and 100 viewers on average, and I stream about as often as he does, but I probably stream maybe like 4 or 5 times as much as he does, you could derive some number and then multiply it by his viewership and the amount of hours he streams and see some like ad revenue, like value from that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Prime actually shows his dashboard. He's really open about that stuff. Like, again, I'm a fan, man. Oh, if I could spell. I'm a fan. I made that GIF. I synced up his head to the fucking bobbing of the dance routine because he wore a red shirt and had the glasses and had the headphones, just like the person from Wolfpack had in that music video. And for some reason it clicked in my head and I made that clip. I did that because I'm a fan. And I did that like 5 years ago, you know? I'm a fan. He's a great dude. We disagree on a whole bunch of shit, and that's okay. I think that's the important thing. Like, healthy disagreement is like the foundation of society in general. If we all thought the same, boy, shit would suck. But also, if we treated everyone who thought differently as just the other, boy, shit would suck. You know? Again, it's about, are you chatting with reasonable people? Reasonable people can understand reason. And that's important. The only like dichotomy is reasonable versus unreasonable people. Exactly. You can disagree with him, and he's not going to be a fucking asshole about it. I do need to work on that myself. Sometimes I'm just a fucking asshole. I get it. I get it. I am. Now, I don't expose it too often, but yes, I'm an asshole sometimes. That's just... I'm passionate. I think very strongly, and I'm trying to be more moderate in understanding other viewpoints. When I said earlier, I'm anti-religious, I'm not kidding. I'm anti-religious. I think religion's actually a problem. It's okay to be spiritual, have your own fucking, like, connection with your own interpretation of your God or whatever. But organized religion? Ugh. Pretty much the fundamental problem with the entire world at this point. Organized religion. If you want to be spiritual and have your own connection with something, go for it, man. Like, that's important. But organized religion? I'm not a fan. I am as agnostic as agnostic gets. I'll agree with that, but the moment they try and like organize, like religion using their own like collective bargaining to tell other people what they should think, I got a problem there. I got a big problem there. Yeah, I get it. I think Cobra, I think we agree pretty much in that same way. Like, I'm not going to make a leap of faith. I think faith is the wrong way to think about that. But again, if people like having faith, I'm not going to argue with them about it. Like, they can have it. Just don't tell me how I should think based on your faith. They can, like, here's the thing, Cobra. They can have it. That's fine. They're more than welcome to have it. But they just shouldn't let it dictate how other people should live. That's the important, like, distinction there. Believe anything you fucking want, man. I don't care. It doesn't affect me because your belief is your belief. Don't try and make it my belief. Don't try and make it how I should live. And I just think a lot of people like end up trying to mix those things. And that's where like the problems arise. There you go, Dan. Yes, exactly, man. In my opinion, those are the best kind of people to be a part of those institutions. The people that are internal to it that still disagree about the external problems with it, right? Like, honestly, Dan, like, that person is something, like, someone you should cherish. Because you can't change something from the outside. It just doesn't work. You need people that are reasonable on the inside. Right? It is so much harder to change something from the outside than from the inside. It's even better, right? Dude, the person you're talking about is a reasonable individual. Someone that would have done otherwise is unreasonable, in my opinion. And this is just the core like dichotomy I'm trying to make. Reasonable versus unreasonable. It's not about what you believe or how you believe it, but are you willing to accept reason in your understanding of the world? You're either reasonable or unreasonable. And unreasonable people, God, they're just the worst. I get it, Dan. Yeah, totally, for sure. But it's about reasonable versus unreasonable. And I think those things are just really like the fundamental dichotomy of the world we live in. Are you willing to listen to opposing viewpoints? Or are you just trying to push your own shit? And we get that here on stream about like X versus Y for languages, right? Frameworks and all that shit. It still boils down to the same fundamental dichotomy of reasonable versus unreasonable. And let me just point out that I'm like really understanding this dichotomy as we're talking about it. I have not actually split it out into that before now. And I think this is like the core thesis of my opinion in general. Cobra, I will just simply say, don't do it here. Just don't do it here. Do whatever you want on your own time, but don't do it here in my stream. All right, so hold on. Abdu, yeah, you're over there. You're saying we want some gaps between the cards. I actually think I like a lack of gaps here. It makes it feel more neo-brutalist by having these things touch. Like, so Abdu, what you're getting at is like some space is nice, blah, 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 but like space between things is not neo-brutalist, right? Like neo-brutalism is actually about these things like meshing up together, right? Like this is actually like by having these things tied without a gap between them, this is actually closer to being neo-brutalist than otherwise. Is it a design system? It's a framework. And you can choose to do anything you fucking want with it, right? Like, the framework doesn't care. The framework doesn't care. Because it's just a framework, it's not a design system. Right? The framework doesn't give a shit. Give it space or don't give it space. That's up to you. But in general, I think things like this. Well, these could have been separated with some gap. I'm good. No, thank you. Ooh, this is a new Tiny Desk concert I haven't heard before. We'll give it a shot. They got a fucking kazoo? I think I'm already a fan. They got multiple kazoos in harmony. Moonhooch. I think we have checked out Moonhooch. Wait, are they the ones that had like the traffic cone in their saxophone? Saxophone? Yes. Yeah, no, we've heard that one. Yeah, that one's good. Dude, I bet they're good live. Oh, yeah. Yeah, saxophone. Yeah, the saxophone was good. No, your dog shitting on my lawn is your fault. All right, I disagree with this band on principle at this point. Your dog shits on my lawn. That's your problem. I'm not sure I want to hear any more about this band. I fundamentally disagree. Your dog shits on my lawn. That's your problem. I mean, Dan, dude, like, honestly, urine kills a lawn. I don't believe in lawns, but you know what? It's their property. And they can have an opinion about lawns as they want. Just like if I want to grow dandelions as a fucking field on my lawn, they can't tell me what I can do. Right? But dude, you can't let your dog piss on their lawn without repercussions. Because, come on, man, it's their property. Okay, so his lawn was dead. I get that. All right. So it's not like you were killing anything. But also, yeah, fuck lawns. Yeah, we can agree to disagree at least on a part of it. Okay, I'm already... No, fuck this band. I'm good. No, thank you. No, thank you. All right, we'll play some other band. If they poop, you're picking it up. But, like, dude, to let your dog piss on someone else's lawn is also just kind of wrong. It really is. Because urine kills the lawn. And if they want to maintain a lawn, again, it's not your choice to say. Like, that's your dog. You own that dog. Nah, man, like, their lawn is their public property. Like, or not public, it's their private property. You can't tell them how to use that property. I'm sorry, like, nah, dude. You can't tell them how to do that. I think it's so crazy that you're trying to rationalize that. That's their fucking property. You can't tell your dog what to do. No, actually, you can decide what a dog does because you just don't take a dog on a walk where they're going to pee elsewhere. No, the dog pees where they pee, and that's something you can control. You decide where you walk that dog. Walk it on fucking public property and let it pee wherever you want because it's public. But someone's private property? Nah, man. I'm sorry. Like, dude. You don't own that. How are you telling someone else how they should use their own property? Like, come on, man. Come on. Like, how are you going to rationalize that? It's what dogs do? Fuck that. It's a dog you own. You decide what that dog does. You decide what that dog does. You decide where to walk that dog. Maybe you just don't walk it in front of that neighbor's lawn. You decide that. That's a you problem. Like, come on, man. You can't put that on anybody else but you. If the neighbor doesn't like a dog peeing on their lawn, that's their property to decide that. I don't even understand how there's a fucking disagreement about that. You can't push your dog on someone else. Like, come on, man. You can't do that. It just doesn't work like that. It doesn't work that way. It's your dog. You are responsible for everything your dog does. You got to work it out with that neighbor, man. Otherwise, just let your dog only piss in your fucking yard, man. Walk him around your fucking yard. You got a fucking yard, right? Just treat it as a loop. You don't have to walk outside of that loop. That's you choosing to disregard your neighbor's preference. Like, you're bringing that on yourself, man. If your dog can't control where they pee, you should make them only pee in your yard, man. Sorry, like, nah, man. As far as ownership goes, you own the actions of your dog. And if they fuck up someone else's shit, that's a you problem. I doubt you'll find anyone argue otherwise. Like, and if they do, they're most likely unreasonable people. Like, show me a reason why it's just what dogs do is actually a reasonable answer to that question. It isn't. Just let that dog do that shit in your own yard. Don't leave your yard till they do the thing. If they start marking territory that you don't own, scold them. Right? It's a training issue. That's a you problem. Dog doesn't know better. They can if you train them, right? You can train a dog better. That's the entire point to dogs, man. That's the difference between them and wolves, you know? If you're going to let your dog piss on their lawn, you should be okay with them pissing on your lawn. Not even their dog, right? Fuck it. Human beings gotta pee, man. Human beings gotta pee. If I'm out walking and I'm near your lawn and I'm closer to your lawn than my fucking bathroom, if you're okay with your dog pissing on my lawn, you're okay with me pissing on yours. Right? Because people gotta pee. You see how, like, slippery that slope is? Like, no. Control your fucking dog. That's the entire point of dogs. They're trainable. Cats? I get it. Yeah, cats are going to do whatever the fuck they want. Normally, cats just want to pee in a litter box that they consider safe, so we're good. Dogs don't. It's what humans do. Humans gotta pee, man. I was closer to your lawn than my fucking bathroom. I had to pee. It's what humans do. Does the argument hold up? I don't think so. You can train a human to hold it. You can train a dog to hold it. All right, let me get more music going, though. Sure, I get it. Cats still actually want to, like, actually poop and pee where they feel safe. And that's usually a litter box. If you're not cleaning your litter box, they'll do it elsewhere. Here we go. Polyrhythmics. I'll be seeing these guys in like a week. It'll be good. Can we just point out, like, I might disagree majorly on politics with people in the same way that Dan disagrees politically with some people. But their fucking line in the sand was what their dog is able to do with other people's property. That sounds unreasonable. Right, Dan? Come on, man. That sounds massively unreasonable. All right, so let's continue actually building and doing some shit. Yes, the rants are part of my favorite part. Let me double check with the people we might be gaming with tonight. So you were kind of stuck between a bear and a hard place, or the home place, right? All right, hold on. Let me reach out to the rest of the gaming crew tonight. Either we'll be wrapping up soon, or maybe we just do our own thing. Yeah, this is a nice solo compared to like the True Loves and they're like shit solos. Yeah. All right, so let's keep going. I know. I take my sweet ass time, don't I? It's like this dude smokes weed or something. It's weird. Yeah, it's just crazy. All right, so get notification by org ID. That is something we're doing that I need to do over here in notification controller. All right. Yeah, regardless of if the gaming crew is trying to join tonight, there's always pizza. All right, so it looks like Acorn's out, and it would just be me and Algo, and normally that means it's just me. So gaming-wise, I guess we're going as late as we want tonight. I'm okay with that. What up, Trey? How's it going? All right, so we get the notification. We do the verification code stuff. We verify that they match. And then we want to update with the verified at and do UTC now. And then I think we're good. So I need to make sure we add that to... I mean, I've used it. It's in my history. It's all right, you know. It's a nice UI. I think it does so many things really much nicer than like Claude and some of the other stuff. In most cases, I don't need the things it does better. And I'm only on the free tier, which means I don't get Claude, and I'm only at Gemini or GPT-4. I'm tempted to cancel my Claude subscription and just use this, because I don't use it enough that like any difference in billing would matter. But I'm also just kind of lazy. Yeah, I didn't mean to close any of those tabs, actually. Let's keep those around. No, I think his wrapper does some really nice things UI wise and UX wise. So yeah, I don't know. I'm into like using it more. I just don't use like the chat bots that much, you know? I'd rather just use auto completion. And that's not what they do. All right, but real quick, let's go to the router. Yeah, maybe Mr. Elfman. I don't know. It's just not something I use it for, so go for it. I don't mind. Hold on. That was a long thing. Do I think developers today are just in a ship it race where they're not caring about what problems they're solving and making a shit ton of money from a pretty scrapped up project? With AI agents, it's become even more faster to write up some code that's not even production ready, but it works for people somehow. I don't think developers are actually in that race. Developers actually care about their craft. Upper management, or even middle management, cares more about things shipping rather than solving problems that maybe don't matter. So, Marvel Scorpion, like, no, you should be blaming management, not devs. And AI agents and devs shipping only what management's asking for, that's still a management problem. If management doesn't care about quality, why would a dev? Like, why should a dev? Now, I understand that, yeah, for personal reasons and putting your mark on a thing that you shipped, you do care, but management doesn't. Hence, while they will outsource some shit to some other country for cheaper because they only care about the result, not the process. It's us as devs to care about the process while we satisfy the result. I don't know, man. Like, it seems like you're looking for me to have a strong viewpoint that proves your opinion, but no, like, you need to, like, recognize the nuance between management and dev. Management only cares about results. Product only cares about results. They don't care how you coded a thing. They don't care if it's maintainable. It's you as a dev that needs to care because you're going to have to touch that shit later anyway. And if you're not caring about that and you're just trying to like write a bunch of shit code that you're going to then migrate to some other company or team and not have to care about anyway, that's always been a problem with AI or without AI. There are devs that will hammer out shit code without AI that still sucks to fucking debug, you know? So AI didn't change anything. It just made it easier. That's it. The same shit problem has existed forever. Devs not giving a fuck about the people coming after them. Which is why the meme of code as if the person reading and reviewing your code is a homicidal maniac that knows where you live. That has existed as a meme for fucking 20 years, dude. Or more. AI had nothing to do with that. Write code as if the person reading it knows where you fucking live and they don't give a fuck about the legal system. It's not a meme. It's not brand new. It has existed since before AI was even relevant. Write code that you're willing to be able to debug. Write code that is easier to read than write. Because reading is what we do in general. Writing code is actually the edge case. If you're writing write-only code, you're fucking up. That's just software dev in general, and that's been the case forever. Since the fucking invention of coding. Right? Like, I don't know, man. Anyone else got anecdotes or things that they care about? Like Marvel Scorpion, what you're asking is like fucking bullshit. Like, it's not a new problem. Devs writing code that they can't debug. It's why there's an axiom of, if you're writing code as cleverly as possible, writing code you can't possibly debug, because debugging is twice as hard as writing code in the first place. That has existed since pre-fucking AI. AI didn't change anything. Right? AI changed absolutely nothing about the maintainability of code. I do find it so strange that the moment me and Dan Vale differed in opinion, he was fucking out. Fucking like scorched earth, gone forever. Zero comments. Like, that is something I consider a little questionable. And it was about their dog peeing in someone else's yard. There's no nuance to that. Like, dude, your dog's peeing in someone else's fucking yard, dude. You control that. You own that. It's your fucking dog. How is that something someone would actually, like, try and find some, like, nuanced disagreement for? No, that's your fucking dog, dude. God, that's so weird that they would, like, draw the line in the sand on something that is just so fundamentally, like, they are wrong. God, that's weird. Like, okay. Dude. Just, dude. All right, so we don't want to listen to polyrhythmics talk about music. We want to hear music. So let's do that. And maybe they drew the line in the sand that I talk about programming more than I do programming. But that's every fucking streamer ever. You know? But BRB, gotta pee. My guess is the crew is not gaming tonight. I'll go bro is offline. Robotic Head is not available because he's doing shit, so he's offline. Yeah, you know what? We got a Saturday to just program and chill. Fuck it. I'll be over on gaming eventually. We'll see. But I gotta pee. I'll be right back because I think we are at least here for another right? If there's no one else trying to game, we're here for another 3 hours at least. So I got shit to do, and yes, the rants will continue until morale improves. I'm kidding, by the way. Like, if you guys don't like me ranting, I get it. I get it. I don't like it, but okay. Okay, so I'm back. How's everyone doing tonight? We're having a good old chill stream. We're doing what we do. I get it. Yeah, totally. Come on. Let me just check one thing. Just had to check one thing, you know? We can disagree, and the fact that they're not here right now doesn't mean that they only left because they disagree, like, timing-wise. So, just saying. It's easy to recognize when someone goes silent as disagreement and, like, putting a foot down, but instead, like, people got lives to live. So, yeah, nah. We can chat about it again. I think there's value to that. And I like the fact that we're freed up. I got pizza to cook. That'll be dinner tonight. But coding stuff out and doing our thing, we can just kind of like do. And yeah, the big part is, how do we actually establish the event for verification? I believe that verify endpoint should be doable somewhere, right? Chris done fucked up. Ooh, this is a major Chris problem. Like, that's a me problem right now. What I just poured is way too fucking strong. I'll pour some lemonade for it, and we'll make it happen. But, dude, this guy fucked up. So I'm going to mix it a little heavy on the lemonade. with the intention that I will pour some more water into this after a few sips. But okay, so the design. Oh, David. Oh, yo, David. Oh. Hold on. We got a command for this. We made it just earlier today. Neo-brutalism. There you go. It's not something I made or I do anything about. Someone pointed out that we should add some spacing between these things. I think lining them up is actually valuable. But you know what? Yeah, we got a thing. We got it. And hold on. So you're here and you completely agree. You're just trying to get a sense of how this shift in the landscape might impact the current pace at which products are being shipped. And then Marvel Scorpion, you're talking about like AI still, and like you're a little delayed in your reply to that, but we're having a good old Saturday and we can do our own thing. Fuck it. Like, no, I get it. I would have preferred you reply earlier, but you know what? Shit, we're chilling. Like, no stress. You've been here so long. Like 2019, dude. Like, oh my God. Like, oh my fucking God, dude. I'm sorry. I just had to look. I had to check. Dude, you've been here so much longer than like even my biggest fans. So, Marvel, like, appreciate you. I just had to look. I'm sorry. I apologize for doubting. It's on me, but I had to double check. And yeah, like, no, your comments come from a good place. Like, you're just trying to understand. Can I recognize that we get some of those comments from brand new people that don't mean well? But I know you do mean well. So, thank you. Like, some people just want to argue. I think Marvel, I embrace the fact that you're beyond that and you actually just want to understand. You just don't show up every fucking day. And I don't expect that from anyone. I stream way too fucking much. There are only a few people that can be here every fucking day I stream. And I appreciate them for every little bit. No, like Marvel. Like, again, you didn't even have to, you didn't have to justify it. I knew you're a fan. Because you know this at the core of your being, that I have had moments that you probably weren't a fan of me because of how, harsh and shitty I was. But you didn't unfollow because of it. Right? Like, you've seen me at my worst moments, and you still stuck with it since 2019, right? That's huge, man. That's huge. I value loyalty like that. Like, not blind loyalty. We can disagree. But you're still there. In the time you've been following, I know for a fact you thought about unfollowing me, right? There has been moments. You don't have to admit to it. I'm okay with that. I at least want to accept that, regardless of the reality of it, because I know there are moments that I would have unfollowed me. And you stuck around. So I appreciate that. Thank you. You don't have to justify anything. Like, people that have been following for ages, I can recognize that. I can see it. And I thank you, you know? Yeah, like, the amount of points you got, I don't give a shit about the points. Like, your follow since 2019 is huge. No other justification needed. I appreciate you. So as far as your comment goes, let me just like reassess it just to double check. You know, I had to look. The pace at which products are being shipped is not actually any different from product not caring about quality. That has been a tale as old as time. Devs have shipped shit code with bad management since time immemorial. Like, dude, it happened in the fucking COBOL days. It happens now still too. Right? It's been happening since the fucking 60s. You know? Bad code because management cares more about products and results than actually like maintainability. That is a tale as old as time. I am massively biased. I have massive biases, and I do not argue against those biases. Right? And maybe you just mistyped that. My opinions are quite based from time to time. I know that's not what you meant. You typed what you meant because you took time to actually type it. I get it. My biases, I think, have value, but I am massively biased because every human being is. And arguments matter despite bias. Even if someone is biased, you should be able to argue and convince them. And if they're not convincible, then they are an unreasonable person, and unreasonable fucking people, they don't need to have any sway over our lives because they are literally unreasonable. Like, you can't convince them of a thing. Like, is their opinion actually valid? They're not considering the world around them. They're unreasonable. They won't listen to reason. Like, by definition. At some point, you should just stop trying to convince unreasonable people and concentrate on reasonable people. Right? Your effort towards life in general should be towards people that actually would benefit from your effort. As far as like reason and convincing people of arguments, etc., reason and them being able to recognize reason and listen to arguments is important. And in my opinion, keep this in mind, this is bullshit, right? Prime is right-wing as fuck. I remember hearing Vape Juice Jordan talking about having to listen to like Jordan Peterson, like other bullshit in the same cubicle with Prime. That sounds like it sucks. But I consider Prime a reasonable person. If you can present an argument to that dude that he understands and that resonates with him, he will see reason. And he can recognize the value of that reason. He is a reasonable person, in my opinion. Oh, like, dude. Again, this is all hearsay. This is all hearsay. I only know what other people have told me. But Vape Juice Jordan, who used to stream here on Twitch, worked with the Primogen in the same fucking cubicle at Netflix. And he talked about listening to the Prime, listening to on fucking speaker versus headphones, Jordan Peterson and fucking the other asshole, like all that other bullshit right-wing whatever the fuck, right? That doesn't mean that the Primogen is unreasonable. If you can present a good argument to Prime, he'll fucking listen. In my opinion, he's actually a very reasonable human being, but you have to present those arguments coherently right? And I think that's important. It's worth recognizing people that are beyond hope versus people that listen to reason. And I consider Prime a person that listens to reason. I just want to say that. Like, I really, really do fundamentally believe Prime listens to reason. And just like the fundamental, like, baseline definition of that. He has other things he believes inherently and blah, blah, blah. But if you can present a good argument to him, he'll actually listen. Versus people that just don't, you know? I like that about Prime. I respect Prime for that. I don't have to agree with every single fucking thing he says, and I disagree with a lot of what he says. But it is really just simply, baseline, fundamentally, the difference between reasonable and unreasonable people. Like earlier today, I'm almost convinced at this point, we met an unreasonable person because I agree with them politics-wise in every other way, but the moment I pushed back on them saying they should let their dog shit and piss wherever they fucking want, no, that's not okay, they fucking noped out of this chat. That is an unreasonable person, even though we agree on a lot of shit. We agree politically. The moment I told them, no, dude, you can't let your dog shit on someone else's lawn. You can't let your dog just piss anywhere they fucking want. They noped out of this chat. And, dude, that is my definition of an unreasonable person at this point. Like, what the fuck, dude? You weren't willing to even entertain the argument. Someone was upset you let your dog piss on their lawn. And I pushed back and said, like, come on, man, it's their lawn. Like, no, it's your dog. Fucking understand the definition of those things. So ignore the poop, right? Ignore the poop. Sorry. Poop was like me adding extra to it. Just pee. Do you think it's okay to let your dog piss on someone else's lawn? Even if it's a shit lawn? No, man, that's their lawn. They get to decide who pisses on that lawn. Would you be okay with them pissing on your lawn? Because I just had to go, man. Would you be okay with a human being walking out into the middle of your fucking like yard and just taking a leak? No, definitely not. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Elfman. Like, the poop is the same thing. It's the same problem. Dogs just have to pee? No, honestly, make that dog pee in your own lawn and then give it a walk. No. Childs, you own that animal. If you're walking that animal, you are responsible for everything that animal does. If that animal bites someone, you're on the hook. Poop you can actually pick up. Poop I would actually argue more for, actually. Right? Pee fucks up someone's grass, man. If they want to maintain a lawn, even though I don't like lawns, it doesn't matter. It's their fucking lawn. My opinion about lawns doesn't dictate how they should operate their fucking thing they own. Right? Like, come on, man. A dog is controllable as the same thing as a human is controllable. What I'm getting at, Childs, is if you say your dog peeing wherever they want to pee is uncontrollable, well then me walking down the street and deciding like, well, I gotta piss, I can piss in the middle of your lawn because, you know, pee has to be done, right? That's the point I'm trying to make, Childs. Like, this is like, it's a give and take. If you can't control your dog, I can't control my own bladder either. I had to pee, man. I just had to pee. I'm sorry. Fuck it, whatever. I just had to pee. I'm gonna piss inside of your fucking lawn if you're gonna let your dog piss inside of my lawn. Is that okay? No, but it's the same fucking problem. I don't think it's a bad analogy. I disagree. I don't think it's the same thing. If I have to pee, it's actually bad for me to hold it. No, it's wrong. Sorry. Incorrect. If you can't control where your dog pees, I can't control where I pee. Because holding my pee is bad for me. Nah, dude. You own your dog and you own where your dog pees. If you can't control where your dog pees, don't take it on walks around the neighborhood. Just walk it around your own fucking yard. No, it's the same fucking problem. Dog people just don't want to admit that. No, so Childs, what I'm saying is the same fucking thing. If you can't control your dog, don't take it out. If you can't control your bladder, don't fucking go for walks. If it's the part that the city owns, I get it. But, like, dude was trying to dictate where their dog is able to pee if it's someone else's actual yard, right? The bit between the sidewalk and the street is not necessarily your yard. It depends on how, like, lines are drawn. That part is, like, fuzzy, but in general, you don't get to dictate what someone owns and what they don't as long as the lines are drawn properly, right? If you're letting someone piss on someone else's property, whether it's a dog or yourself, it's the same fucking thing. Now, Mr. Elfman, you're trying to use reason for someone that is unreasonable. It just doesn't work that way. If I have a lawn, even though I'm not maintaining it, I still don't want your fucking dog pissing on it. That's my choice over a thing I fucking own. You don't tell me how I can use and dictate how a thing I own gets used. Like, that's just how that works. If you're going to let your dog piss on my lawn, I should be able to piss on your lawn as a human being. Because fuck it, like, holding it is bad for me, just like holding it for a dog is bad for them. You've seen parents let their kids play on other people's lawn. That is fundamentally wrong, because the moment those kids get hurt, that those parents would sue that other person owning that property. Like, no, like, dude, that's how ownership works. And fuck no, get off my fucking lawn. I own this. I don't want to get sued because your kids are fucking not coordinated and they tripped and fell and broke their nose. No, you're not going to sue me for them breaking their nose on my lawn from tripping over a root that I owned. Like, fuck you. No. But that's how America fucking works. If you don't have a no trespassing sign, the parent that broke their nose on a tripped fucking root can actually sue you. That's insane. But it's the world we live in. And yeah, no. Don't use my fucking lawn. Don't play on my grass. I disagree there, Childs, because the moment a broken nose comes into play, a polite conversation doesn't matter because someone wants to get that shit paid for. Because insurance companies care about that shit. Insurance companies will argue that shit way farther than the people that care, you know? If a kid breaks their nose and they need reconstructive surgery for it, do you think the kid's parents are going to own that? Or are they going to start to blame a root sticking up in someone's lawn? No, instead, don't fucking play on my lawn. I don't want to own the liability for that. Here in the US, there are criminals They have fallen through a skylight. They were able to actually sue the landowner and win because of weird fucking bullshit. That is the world we live in. A trespasser has more rights than the person that owns the property. That has actually happened. That is the world we live in. If you choose to ignore it, that's cool, but you're not arguing reality at that point. You can have a trampoline in your yard, and you are liable for kids jumping on that trampoline even though they didn't have permission to be there. That is the precedent that has been set here in the US. Literally. That is actually the facts. You are liable for a trampoline you own, whether you gave people permission to use it or not. That is the world we live in. So whatever you're like arguing, if it doesn't acknowledge that, you're just bullshitting at this point. That is actually the world we live in. Here in the US. Which is why owning a trampoline is a major fucking liability. Locked gates. If it's an easy enough to hop gate, you didn't do your due diligence. Was the gate tall enough to prevent someone from hopping it? Like, dude, a good lawyer would argue any of that shit. They could argue you didn't do your due diligence. Same thing goes for a pool, you know? I get it, Childs, but like that's the world we live in, man, and lawyers have won cases for that. You had a pool, you had a locked gate, but it was an easily hoppable gate, so like you didn't put in your effort and some kid drowned. Too bad. Fuck you. Right? That's actually a thing that has happened. Did you have a sign posted? Oh, you didn't have a sign? You just had a locked gate? Ooh, too bad. Like, dude, depending on the state, all this shit changes. It is actually state to state where this shit matters. Keep that in mind. You can sue for any reason and a court will hear it. That's what I'm talking about, Childs. That's literally what I mean. Literally what I mean. You are suable for anything, regardless of how much effort you put in for it. That is literally the exact same thing I'm fucking talking about right now, dude. Like, literally, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so, like, your arguments against it are kind of bullshit because you knew that, right? That's what I'm getting at in general. No, okay, man. You have been playing devil's advocate with some of your statements. Are you going to disagree with that too? Jesus Christ, man. You're going to make me regret even engaging you at this point. That's not 100% true. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I'm not trying to claim 100%. I'm just claiming what you can be sued for. Like, the first clause of the statement you made just like 10 minutes ago, dude. You are making an argument. That's literally the definition of an argument. Like, come on, man. Which ones? The statements you've made, dude. Like, come on, man. You did take a side. You're trying to, like, dude, you're trying to prove an edge case. If you're saying not 100% true, you're taking the edge case of the non 100%. Like, that is the part of it. Like, if you want to argue that, you're arguing that. You can't just say you didn't argue that because you just pointed out an edge case. That was you arguing the edge case. I just hate having to, like, argue semantics with people. If you're pointing out a counterpoint, you are arguing. That's literally the definition of arguing, okay? And okay, you're going to leave because I'm actually calling you out on the fact that you pointed an argument at a statement I made. That's the literal definition of an argument. Not 100% true. That is you making an argument. Like, what? Dude. I recognize the not 100%. I'm not trying to be 1000% correct, dude. No. You started it with the thing that is an argument. You're making an edge case towards a statement I made. That is an argument. From the definition of what a fucking argument is, dude. I think the big problem is people have some weird definition of what an argument is. No. Just no. You think an argument is bigger than that? No. I make a statement, you're providing a counterpoint. That is literally the definition of an argument. That is literally the definition of an argument. So you wanted to pose an edge case, but also not be accountable for that edge case. So now you're not even consistent with your argument. Like, dude. Fucking dude. How do you even have a conversation with someone that poses an argument, but then says, I'm not accountable for that argument? How is that a conversation that's worth having? Like, could you have just not said the statement then? I just don't get it. Like, do people not understand how statements work? How debate works in general? We are talking, but you countered a statement I made, which becomes an argument, literally. And then halfway through it, or towards the end of it, you decide that it's not something you actually care about. So why should even anyone acknowledge what you said, because you're not even committing to what you said? Do you understand how conversation works? How arguments work? How, like, point and counterpoint works? And, like, dude, like, debate in general works? You should preface a thing with, I don't actually believe what I'm saying at that point. I get it, Childs. I appreciate you for even, like, sticking around through my challenging of this. Instead, what maybe you ended your statement with, you should have started your statement with. Right? Does that make sense? If you don't care about what you're saying, you should say that first. No. A preface is important. You can give a preface towards, I don't necessarily believe what I'm saying right now, but here's what I have to say. That would actually, like, yeah, that would actually be a valid conversation, and I would understand where you're coming from. The preface is more important than the argument you're making after that. But instead, you started with the argument. No, I get it, Childs. What I'm trying to say is, like, you will have better conversations with people if you start with the preface. Right? The thing that frames the entire thing you're trying to say, rather than, like, following it up with the, but I also, like, whatever, right? Instead, start it with the clause that you're following up with. Like, hey, I agree, I believe what you're saying, but consider blank. Don't expect everyone to read every single fucking word you type in a fucking giant paragraph on Twitch verbatim. It's just, it doesn't work that way, man. Start it off with your actual main thesis. Follow it up with your follow-up point, and then add all the other bullshit details. And honestly, that's how to write a good paper in general anyway, right? Like, that is actually the fundamental, like, definition of writing a good, like, argumentative paper as well. Here's what I mean, but here's where I disagree, and here's why. What I actually really think is the big problem is modern education does not emphasize that type of, like, rhetoric and argumentation, you know? And that's, like, a flaw of modern education in general. But you know what? I can be really adamant about it. And I think we can have better conversations about it, too. What I'm getting at is simply that I want to have better conversations here on stream. If a guy peed on your lawn versus a dog peeing on your lawn, you think there's a difference, and I fundamentally think there isn't. Suan's Wolf. You're just like a bunch of people we've had here in chat, right? They think this is bullying. No, what I'm trying to do is convince people that there is a right way to argue their points here in this chat. Because I care more about the actual arguments than I care about how the arguments are made. It is not intellectual bullying. It is you not wanting to actually, like, understand how to conduct yourself in one person's chat. If you don't want to be here, like, fucking leave, dude. I don't care if you are here or not. I want to have people I like talking to. And I'm trying to convince Childs that there's a way to talk here in chat that I will enjoy, that we can disagree, but there is a way to make those disagreements, you know? But, real quick, like, dude, Suan's Wolf, like, no, you just fucking suck. You can just leave. You can fuck right off, dude. This is not intellectual bullying. This is setting the tone for chat in a stream that I want to come back to every day. Recognize that 80% of streamers stop streaming because they find a community that they don't like talking to. I am setting a tone for a stream I like talking to. So, Suan's Wolf, or Suan's Wofi, you can fuck right off, dude. You can just leave. You can just fuck off, dude. I am setting a tone for people I like talking to, and you are definitely not it right now. We're all at advantages. I have an advantage that I can just yell at people, right? And I got, like, I see your thing, and, like, you got to type it out. I can just, like, yell at it, right? So, like, we all have advantages, right? Chat can hide behind a pseudonym, right? And we get that. But at the end of the day, I have to have a chat I like talking to. So, Suan's Wofi, You're definitely not that right now. If you're saying I'm approaching intellectual bullying, no, I'm trying to convince people how they can make their arguments in a better way, and that's important. And if you don't think that's important, you can fuck right off, dude. Just get the fuck out of here, Siwins. Okay? You don't even follow the channel. Like, fuck off. Get out of here. I want to talk to people that actually are fun to talk to. Siwins, you're not it. If you're not following the channel, don't fucking push back on how I conduct my channel. It's actually a really simple thing. That's just Twitch 101. If you're not even following, don't try and dictate how someone does their own fucking channel. Like, that's Twitch 101, dude. And over on YouTube, Khalid says, they admire me because when I'm coding, I really make them fall in love with code whenever I am coding. And maybe the implication is that I'm not coding right now and I'm ranting about philosophy and the philosophy around coding, and that's not their favorite part. So, Khalid, maybe you didn't need to say that. Like, but I think I understand what you actually mean. And yes, I would love to get back into the code, but I think talking about code and how we talk to each other about code and how we talk to each other about any other thing becomes very important, right? How we conduct discourse and chatting in general is more important than what we talk about in general. So Washroom, I'm not sure I said that. I'm not asking someone to make essay level chat messages. I'm asking people to understand their argument and make a statement that understands their argument better. You can do that without writing an essay. In general, when you're writing a well-structured argument, you can make your point within the first sentence and then expand upon it within the other sentences. If your first sentence or two do not sum up the other sentences, you're not actually writing very well. Because in general, an essay has an intro, the thesis that they're trying to say, the things they back up the thesis for, and then finally, like, the counter argument. But the counter argument doesn't say something brand new, it backs up the original thesis. You can't just let someone write a paragraph or two with a thing they said and then a bunch of bullshit and then the thing that contradicts the thing they said. No, that's not a fucking proper essay. Like, have you never written an essay? It sounds like mainstream news, and that's the problem with fucking mainstream news, right? If you're trying to type 4 or 5 sentences at a time, your first sentence should sum up every single thing you're trying to say. And the nuance should be later, but the first sentence or two should sum up everything you're actually trying to say. I don't think I'm contradicting anything there, Washroom. What I'm getting at is the problem where your final sentence and your first sentence are so fucking different that, like, I have to read the entire damn thing, dude. That's a problem. That's just bad writing. That's just bad writing. And I'm not expecting everyone to be fucking, like, author level, like, thesis writers here. But what I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to encourage people to get their point across in the first 2 sentences and then back it up with, like, actual data or whatever. But the last sentence of your fucking essay shouldn't contradict anything. That's just bad writing. As far as a paragraph goes, your first sentence should sum up the paragraph. That's just good writing. Good writing actually then says the last sentence should like dictate how you go with your next paragraph. But that's not how Twitch chat works. Like, you don't have a next paragraph. That shit is fundamentally separated. So instead, get your thesis across in 1 or 2 sentences and then make your your actual like data-driven arguments for those 2 sentences. That is just critical writing in general. And I can understand that modern education doesn't emphasize that, but god damn it, that is what a good argumentative fucking paragraph says. That's what it does in general. Your first 1 or 2 sentences in a paragraph should say every single thing that your main paragraph is saying, and then you're just backing it up with backup sentences. Like washroom. Are you pushing back on that definition of a good argumentative paragraph? If so, your education has failed you. I know, I'm a fucking boomer at this point. I'm 40 years old. I understand how to write properly. I'm not using ChatGPT for any of this shit. My bad, right? Fuck me, right? Fuck me, right? I actually understand how to write an argumentative paragraph. Oh, shit. All right, so I'm not a fan of this band. I don't know. Like, autocomplete kept going as I was making my argumentative statements, which I do. Yeah, no, I get it there, Childs. I appreciate you trying to, like, move the needle in what we talk about. I get it. But at the end of the day, like, if we can all be better about how we write about this stuff, even though, like, my argumentative nature is a little harsher than it should be, if we all understand how to write a better paragraph to prove what we're talking about, dude, 60 fucking people know better now. That's awesome, man. Right? Like, that's just better in general if 60 people know how to make their arguments better. So I understand I'm a fucking jerk. I'm not going to push back on that statement whatsoever. Right? We could argue all sorts of stuff. If your argument is I'm a jerk, well, shit. No, you could just say that in your first sentence. You don't even need a paragraph. You could just say that as a single line thesis. You're not wrong. CM Griffin is a bit of a jerk. You know what? Shit, you didn't even need like follow-up arguments and statements and sentences for that. You're right. You're totally right. But instead, if people understand how to phrase the other things they're trying to say with a single 1 or 2 sentence statement proving what they're like saying what they're trying to say and then adding other statements to prove it, that is just how you write to prove something in general. And if we could all learn that, the world would be better. Right? At least 60 of us, 58 of us would be better. I come across strong, and that is some people's definition of a jerk. So, Childs, like, you don't consider me that, but also, some people would, because that is their definition of what a jerk is, because jerk is subjective. I am overly strong with my opinions, because I want to get the best opinions out of other people. So, Childs, whether you consider that, I still recognize that people do consider me a jerk. But what I end up doing with my jerky nature, hey, what's up, jerky, right? Like, you know, like Jerky Boys style, is I think I try and bring out the best arguments of other people. And if they can't do it, well, I call them out for that shit. But in general, yes, I'm a jerk. Your definition of what a jerk is might not align with that, but I am a jerk. By my own definition, I'm a jerk. Ooh, Owen, I took a photo of a place in Seattle that is like something like waffles. Like they are called like Mr. Waffles or something like that. I need to send you that photo for sure. But yeah, Childs, my main point is I am a jerk by the broad definition of what a jerk is. I'm not trying to change that in any way. I'm not trying to change the perception of me being a jerk. I'm simply trying to point out why I'm a jerk. I know, I get it there, Childs. I totally get it. Some of the statements I've made have been a bit jerky. You can disagree with that. Again, whatever, man. I don't care that much about the exact definition of things. I think in general, most people would say I've been a jerk at least at one point during tonight. That is like the fuzziest definition of it, right? That said, I appreciate you for still kicking it with me, hanging out, doing our thing. I chat, I do my bullshit, right? Dude. So hold on, Childs. I would push back on that 1,000%. Fuck no. There's not a single human being that would argue that part. No. The second part of your statement, nope. There's not a human being alive that would argue that. I'm sorry. Nah, X metrics, you fucking liar. No. You're just trying to be a jerk about it. Like, you're trying to be a jerk about me being a jerk. No, I get it, Childs. But, that's the thing. You can't argue everything both ways symmetrically. Like, they become asymmetric. Sure, I'm a jerk. But you can't argue that I am, symmetrically not a jerk. Because, dude, no one would back that up. Right? So at some point, there is a fundamental truth somewhere within the margin of error. Right? No, and again, you don't have to acknowledge it. I'm actually saying what I think you're trying to say. I'm just reiterating it. At the end of the day, if you want your dog to be able to piss on my lawn, I should be able to piss on your lawn as a human being because you control your dog. If you don't control your dog, you shouldn't actually own a dog. That was the main point I was trying to make before we got way deeper. I don't want a dog or a person pissing on my lawn. I agree. Yeah, fundamentally agree. Totally get it. You more so don't want a man pissing on your lawn, but if you let your dog piss on my lawn, you should probably be okay with me pissing on your lawn. Because it's just pee at that point. Who's making the pee doesn't matter. If you're okay with your dog peeing on my lawn, you should be okay with me peeing on your lawn. Fuck it. Just because I don't have a dog doesn't mean this is an asymmetrical relationship. No, this is us each having a lawn and deciding where the boundaries are. What if you don't have a lawn? I mean, so, Denorak, you're not part of the conversation at that point. You know? You don't have a lawn. No one's pissing on your lawn. If someone allows their dog to piss on my lawn, they should be okay with me pissing on their lawn. It's just that simple. It's just, pee is pee. Human pee versus dog pee. They're both fucking gross. If I'm walking and I gotta pee, I just gotta pee, you know? If your lawn is the closest place to go pee, You should be okay with it because your dog going pee, like my lawn is the closest place for your dog to go pee. Otherwise, if those things are not okay, well then, dude, don't let your dog pee on other people's lawns. It's that simple, dude. And we had a major dichotomy with one person who was watching stream who just noped the fuck out. Because I said they shouldn't be letting their dog pee on other people's lawns. I don't like lawns, but dude, they shouldn't let their dog pee anywhere the fuck they want their dog to pee. Like, no. You own your dog, dude. Just let it pee on your own lawn. Don't give it a walk. Walk it around in a fucking circle on your own lawn, man. It's actually that simple. It's very simple. One's gross, one's a sex offense. If I pee into a fucking bucket while I'm out peeing and like it's covered and then I toss it on your lawn, is it a sex offense? I don't think so, washroom. I don't have to expose myself to pee into a bucket, but, well, I'm not on my own property. I just gotta toss it somewhere. I get one might be someone exposing themselves. If I don't expose myself, can I still piss on your lawn? How about that, washroom? No, you can just walk around in a fucking Sherpa. If I have a Sherpa that covers me, I can pee wherever I want as long as I'm not exposed. Right? If I have a fucking, like, big old shawl around me, like a fucking muumuu, you're not seeing me pee, but I can pee. Trespassing if you're on someone else's property. So then your dog peeing on someone else's property should also be trespassing then, right? I think you're making my point. I think you actually just made my point. So yeah, don't pee on my fucking lawn whether it's you or your fucking dog. It's still trespassing. Fuck off with that shit. So I get it, washroom, but like, no, like you did at least somewhat take another person's point. But now I understand where you're coming from. And yeah, like totally, like, dude, it's all trespassing. Don't pee where you shouldn't pee. A dog shouldn't pee where they shouldn't pee. You walking your dog is not an excuse for them to pee anywhere the fuck they want. Like, nah, man. Make sure they pee in your own yard and then take them for a walk. They might mark some territory, but they're not taking a full-on leak. Even then, you should discipline your dog for marking territory that's not theirs. Because, like, ownership, right? Like, I don't know, man. Dog owners are really fucking protective over what their dogs do without considering, like, how it actually has an effect on other people. Dog owners are actually, like, really fucking weird about their dogs, man. It's kind of crazy. Meanwhile, they'd be the first one to say, like, dude, don't let your cat wander around because they're killing the birds. Right? It's crazy to me how dog people are okay with dogs doing whatever the fuck they want and then will push back on someone letting a cat roam around, you know? Dragon fleas, they might be on a leash and they'll still let them piss in your yard. I think you're mistaking the situations for these things. Marvel Scorpion, yes, 100%. If your dog bites someone, you are liable, right? If your dog pisses somewhere, your dog shits somewhere, you are liable. That is actually the fundamental, like, definition of owning an animal. You are liable for everything that animal does. It's that simple, right? But so many dog owners don't want to take ownership over what their dog does. And that's fucking bullshit. Put the owner down instead of the dog. Fuck yeah, dude. You wouldn't get anyone to buy into that. But honestly, it's the more equitable choice. I like good dogs. I will say I'm more of a cat person. I like a well-behaved dog. I fucking hate dogs that lets another person, like, if the owner of the dog lets the dog do anything they want because they're just a dog, like, dude, I fucking hate those people. I hate the people more than the dog. But dude, dog owners are some of the worst, most entitled fucking people in the world. Whereas cat owners understand. So if we want to consider dog owners versus cat owners, dude, I'll take a cat owner every day of the week. Dog owners avoid responsibility so fucking much. And I agree. Like, dude, there are super good dog owners out there. But, oh my God, we just saw Dan Vale, who noped out of chat real quick because I even hinted at the fact that he should be responsible for what his fucking dog does. That's so goddamn insane to me. Like, he was like happy to rant about politics, but the moment I said he should be responsible for what his dog does, ooh, he's out. He's gone forever. He'll never come back. Yeah, his dog pissed in the fucking chat window at that point, you know? Like, dude. It's possible he left. It's very edgely possible, but his last statement, like, dude, ahem, really? Do you want to, like, try and take that stance? Because I can look at his last chat. His exact last chat was, ahem, all right, we found, or like two chats. All right, we found our fundamental disagreement, LOL. Tully, it's also a dog on a walk, like, that's what they do. And he never chatted again. Like, dude, it's a dog on a walk. It should be able to piss anywhere it wants. That was his last fucking statement. That was our fundamental disagreement, and he never chatted again. Do you really think that was just him leaving? Do you really think that was him just like, oh, he had other stuff to do? Like, dude, he doubled down on, it's just a dog taking a walk. Like, let them piss where they want, man. And I pushed back. And crickets. He's gone forever. We'll see. We'll see. But, like, dude. What the fuck, man? It's not an app about acceptable places to pee for a dog. Sure. Yeah, I get it. But, like, these arguments matter. Yes. All right. So if I establish a false lawn and use AI to dictate which dogs are peeing on my lawn, and I just funnel that pee back to your own fucking lawn, is that wrong? I don't think so, right? Like, you should be totally okay with that. But dog owners would push back like, well, no, you're fucking up my lawn. And I would push back and say, you're doing the same fucking thing. But dog owners are really like, dude, they are not quid pro quo people. They are not about equal opportunity and like ownership. A lot of dog people do not want to own what the fuck their dog does. And that is the part where I push back. Like, dog owners that don't do that fucking suck. There are good dog owners. I get it. But dude, there are so many that suck. Like, the pit bulls that attack fucking like babies. Those dog owners never take responsibility for it, right? Never. They never fucking do that. Dog owners are some of the worst fucking people about taking responsibility for the shit that they should actually own. I'm okay with the fact that if you have a dog and they only fuck up your own shit, awesome. Good job. But dude, as a dog owner, you have to recognize that other dog owners fuck it up for you. If you don't acknowledge that, and you don't care about that, like, well, that's fine, but like, you're just living in a fucking bubble, man. I am staring into your soul. I see you. I'm, right? Due to the use of hallucinogens, I see through you. Now, I'm not doing hallucinogens at the moment. In general, I haven't done them for fucking over 10 years. Shit. Oh my God. But I'm quoting a Bill Hicks quote, right? Like, you know, Bill Hicks is the greatest comedian of our time. And he died 20 years ago, 30 years ago. He's the best. Right? What was the Bill Hicks quote? I'm fucking it up now. Hold on. Bill Hicks, see through. Your denial is beneath you, and thanks to the use of hallucinogenic drugs, I see through you. There we go, right? As far as dog owners go, your denial is beneath you. Like, come on, man. You're better than that. You're better than that. W quote, man. Your denial is beneath you. You don't have to believe it, but you're fucking wrong, and your denial is beneath you. Like, you could be better. You could be so much better. Your denial is beneath you. I know, man. I rant, I rave, I do my thing, smoke weed, I drink whiskey. I smoke whiskey and I drink weed. Tomato. Like, whatever. If we could all just, like, align on understanding each other, it'd be better. But god damn it, like, dude, dog owners don't want to understand each other. They just want to put the blame on anyone else. In general, right? I too smoke the whiskey. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Like, I get it there, Rumpel. Like, I know, we're making jokes, we're having fun, we're doing our thing, and I will happily take a bong toke later. Like, I get it, man. But dude, like, can we just recognize that there are people in society that don't want to own up to the problems they've caused? And dog owners are at least like the first step of that. But holy shit. When we consider the US in the shambles it is right now, there are other people that should own up to the decisions they made. And they won't. They never will. They'll just claim to be victims. Like, dude, they're like the fuck your feelings crowd. But then all of a sudden they have feelings now. And like, we should consider them, right? You can't take those people seriously because they only wanted other people to hurt, not themselves. Like, that's not what they voted for. Those fucking assholes, dude. Those fucking assholes. Come on, man. Like, just be a human being about your opinions. If you're not willing to post every opinion you've had and every vote you've had, you're trying to hide some shit because you're ashamed of it. And, like, why would you make an opinion or a vote that you're ashamed of? There's a reason, right? Vote in the way that you would actually be willing to represent in the future. That's how voting should work. Like, come on. No one should actually need to know your vote. But holy shit, man, you shouldn't need to, like, we all saw that thing. That one fucking asshole posted, like, I got friends on the left and the friends on the right. Like, oh my God, like, don't just say, like, I'm happy for this for you. Like, dude, I'm hurting. Like, oh my God, like, what the fuck, man? Like, I'm hurting too. Just because I voted for the person that's hurting me doesn't mean you, like, shouldn't, like, consider my feelings. Like, dude, fuck that asshole. By the way, like, he didn't consider anyone else's feelings when he voted, but now we should consider his feelings? Fuck that asshole. Like, dude, I'm happy for him to fucking be suffering because he voted for this. He literally voted for this. He just didn't think he would be the one to be hurt. Is there a video? You can find it on social media. Like, I'm not going to post it here. But god damn it, man. Like, there are people in the world that are feeling the fucking hurt from the vote that they made. Like, what were you expecting? They're doing literally what they said they would do. Like, literally, exactly, 100% what they said they would do. And you didn't believe them? Like, no. You voted some way for a reason, and now you regret that reason, but no, you did that. Like, this is on you. Like, fuck you, you voted for this. And people are just upset that people are bringing that back into their face. Yeah, you know the thing you voted for? This is exactly what you voted for. And they're sad that people are saying that to them. You know, like, dude. The fuck your feelings crowd is having feelings all of a sudden. You know how you could have prevented this? Actually having empathy in the first place. Just a little bit of empathy would have gone a long fucking way. But now that you're suffering, you want a little bit of empathy. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. People got duped and now they're upset they got duped, but they want empathy because of the fact they got duped, you know? It's the, leopards eating faces crowd having their faces eaten. Like, no, it should have been other faces. Dude, you fucking assholes. You voted for assholes and you're upset the assholes are being assholes to you as an asshole. Oh, woe is you. Right? Like, dude, I have zero empathy for those people. Because they had zero empathy before the consequences of their actions actually harmed them. Right? They were zero empathy for too long that, no, they don't get empathy now. It's not how that works. Empathy is a universal thing. You need empathy 100%. The people that preach no empathy do not get empathy from an empathetic person, actually. I am massively empathetic, but no, the people that preached zero empathy, fuck them. No, they don't get to claim empathy at that point. I'm sorry, like, nah, it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. The zero empathy crowd cannot all of a sudden start requesting empathy. That's not how that fucking works. I hope they start actually having empathy. I know, it's so crazy, but it's not going to happen that way. Has anything they've ever done leaned towards them having actual empathy? I don't think so. Nah, they just want to be bailed out. But not because of DAI. Like, yeah, not because they just think they deserve it. Like, they want to be bailed out because of their, like, contributions. And then they're going to be really upset when they, like, actually don't contribute anything. And they didn't get bailed out. Yeah, the glass houses crowd is upset about glass houses. Like, dude, it's just so weird to me. But they exist. Like, that's a fucking reality, dude. Like, you can't make it up. Like, they're fucking there, dude. They fucking exist. And they want us to care about them continuing to exist. Like, nah, man. No one gives a shit. Lift yourselves up by the bootstraps, man. I don't normally like to get this political, but god damn it, man. The fact that other streams that I don't want to name, but god damn it, you can, like, you can call a spade a spade. You can recognize that they are fucking right-wing. They are crickets for the past 4 months, right? Meanwhile, they were making memes about the previous administration. Like, oh my God, Biden said blah, blah, blah. Like, and it was a meme on their stream. Where are the memes now? Where are those memes now? And just because I like the people behind the streams doesn't mean they're excused for their conduct. Like, dude, you wanted to make jokes a year ago. You wanted to make jokes a year ago. Where are the jokes now? Where are the fucking jokes now, man? So yeah, like, just because I like someone doesn't mean I have to like how they've conducted themselves. I can push back on that. I can like them personally. Doesn't mean I have to like what they've done. I can like some people. I don't have to like what they've done. It does mean I don't want to name them by name. But they know. They fucking know. Dude, do you think they don't actually know? They know. They fucking know. But I don't want to name them. If you know how I'm talking about, just recognize they're good people. They just had some shit fucking ideas about politics, you know? And that's all. I like them. I just hate their fucking politics. They let their religion rule what was actually right and wrong. I agree, Childs. I agree. Denorak, if you don't know, it's not worth actually shouting out. No one should actually message them about that. Like, it's not worth it. No. Like, if you don't know, then it wasn't that obvious to you, and that's okay. That's fine. Childs might know. Other people might know, but nobody should be named by name because it's not productive that way. Instead, can we just recognize that people used ideology to vote for things that are actually kind of against their ideology, but it doesn't matter because they voted. Like, they did that. They just did that. And they encouraged people to go their way because of the memes and, like, other shit they did anyway. And I'll just point out, like, dude, is there a single person here that doesn't recognize that I am majorly, like, left-wing, like, about personal freedoms? Like, so much so that I'm basically libertarian, but fuck those assholes for leaning right. No, I want personal freedom, but I also want, like, social safety nets. I don't think those things are actually, like, fundamentally opposed. Like, dude, social safety nets and personal freedom should go hand in hand, but someone at some point convinced those people that they were at odds. Whoever did that, applause to them for convincing people against their own interests. Like, holy shitballs, dude. I'm not mad, I'm actually impressed. Because someone convinced these assholes that libertarianism was against personal freedom. Eventually, you know? Like, that's fucking weird, dude. Whatever they voted for, personal freedom ain't it. Because that's not what we're seeing right now. So whoever thought the personal freedom crowd was right-wing is actually fucking wrong. Because it's being proven wrong day to day. Dude, libertarians got sold a bill of goods that is not actually accurate. And very few of them are actually pushing back. And that's just sad, you know? Like, poor libertarians. They believed what a bullshitter actually told them. Ah, you fucking sweet summer children. You sweet summer children. I am as liberal gets, and I believe in personal fucking freedom. Whoever convinced libertarians that liberals were against personal freedom, man, they win the anti-Nobel Prize at that point. Because holy shit, dude. They did a good job of convincing people against their own interests. It's kind of crazy to me. Like, holy shitballs, dude. I am so fucking liberal. I just want government programs to support the disenfranchised. But I also want people to be able to live their own life. And that is like libertarian at its core. Like, live your own life, man. Like, whoever convinced libertarians that the culture war was part of their own arguments, like, dude, that asshole is wrong, but they deserve the anti-Nobel Prize for it. For sure. It's fucking crazy. Whoever convinced libertarians to argue against personal freedom wins some kind of award that I don't think is something you actually want to win. But damn it, they deserve it. Who the fuck convinced libertarians that personal freedom was actually the wrong thing to do? Like, abortion-wise, etc. Like, who the fuck convinced libertarians that was it? It wasn't Trump. Dude, Trump just bought into that. Someone else did that before Trump even took office. Before he even started campaigning for his second tour. Someone else in the libertarian camp betrayed every single fucking thing they believe in. Blake, no, man. You can blame Trump all you want. No, someone inside the camp of libertarians betrayed every single fucking value they have. That wasn't Trump. That was someone else. It's kind of insane that way. Like, dude, libertarians already don't like a central leadership, but they all fucking bought in to what one fucking person said, and it wasn't Trump. It was not Trump. At all, dude. It was some other bullshit within libertarianism. Dude, Larry Ellison is not a voice for libertarianism. Like, if libertarians believed Larry Ellison, oh my god. Ugh, dude, they were already sold out. Dude, libertarians have never stood on anything at that point if they thought Larry Ellison spoke for them. They've never believed in anything at that point. There's no fucking way Larry Ellison from fucking, like, Java and Sun and, like, Oracle actually spoke on behalf of independence. There's no fucking way in hell. Like, dude, somebody convinced those assholes and they just bought it. Money talks, dude. Money talks is the exact opposite of what libertarians actually believe. So there has to be some fucking co-opted nature to that. At some point, that diverge that from the actual like rhetoric. Because no, libertarians are anti-money controls things. Like, that is the definition of libertarian. Like, holy shit, dude. There's something along there, some way, that made libertarians think they could compromise their ideals to get what they wanted. And they were wrong every single step of the way. It's insane to me. Like, dude, it's fucking insane. Like, literally insane. Like, they voted against their own interests in the hope that they would get what they wanted? Like, dude, libertarians are so full of shit, dude. They don't actually care for what they want. I think libertarianism is actually... it's a facade. It's bullshit. It always has been. They don't actually want what they say they want. That's the only explanation. They don't want to be independent. They just want to be independent of other bullshit. That's not the same thing. Like, dude, libertarians fucking suck. They don't even know what they want. They just want anti what other people want. That's not a thing, man. Dude, fuck libertarians, okay? Agreed, Jezzo. Like, dude, libertarians have to pay a fucking fee to travel to the city from their, like, outskirts, like, the suburbs. Like, yeah, it's a $5 fee to travel into the city to grab whatever, like, bullshit they want. Because every fucking highway is taxed. Like, dude, they don't want that. They just wanted other people to not have freedom of choice for things, you know? Dude, libertarians are the biggest fucking hypocrites in the fucking world. It's like the dude that wanted to be able to have his dog piss in other people's lawns, but not be accountable for it. That's libertarianism. For sure, dude. Like, that is, like, the definition of it at this point. And yeah, I'm ranting. We're having a good old Saturday stream, and, like, ranting is actually part of the fun. I welcome the cross chat from that person. Like, come on, man. You just left because I said, like, dude, you shouldn't be allowed to, like, let your dog piss in someone else's lawn, and they fucking vanished. They fucking vanished the moment I pushed back. The moment I pushed back on them being able to let their dog piss anywhere they want. Dude. That's kind of fucking sad. Blake. Your comment about Dart is not welcome. And I kind of want to time you out for it. Like, Blake. Like, come on, man. You know better. Did you mean a kappa or something? Like, I'm giving you, like, a moment? Alright, so we're deleting that because, like, dude, that was a shitty statement. And you know that sucks. Like, Blake, you know that statement sucks. Like, fuck you for that statement. I'm not gonna guard that statement. Fuck you for making that statement. Could you be better? Could you just be cooler? Like, could you just be a dude that's worth talking to? Like, come on, Blake. You know better. You've been here. Don't make me ban you for that shit. Like, dude, you've been here so long, man. That statement fucking sucked and you know it. No, I know what you meant, but dude, you know this is not the place for that. Like, Blake, I will ban the fuck out of you. Like, you are banned as fuck without being cool, you know? We know it's about the language, but dude, Dart's fine. I will ban the fuck out of you for any further statement from that. Like, mods, ban Blake if he says anything other than something defensible, you know? Dart and, like, dude, Dart's fine. Don't blame Blake. Like, don't let Blake steer you wrong. Like, Blake is just being a dickhead about it. And they have no other thing they've said that actually backs up what they've said. Like, Blake, we will ban the fuck out of you. Like, your statements were shitty. That's a shitty statement. We will ban shitty statements, dude. Yeah. Bad language, bullshit. Like, fuck you, Blake, for that rhetoric. You know better on this stream. Like, you know better. You know way better than that. So, Blake, if Blake doubles down on that, ban him. Like, mods, just ban him. It's that easy. I gotta pee. BRB. All right, so I had to pee. Yeah, I got the oven cooking. Yeah, we're chilling. Yeah, no big deal. No big deal. Okay, there you go, Blake. You're bad at Dart. That's fine. That is something that I can't debate. Like, that's on you. But being good at Dart and being bad at Dart is actually just a matter of effort, man. Like, you can be a better dev for Dart, man. You can just do that. Like, that's just science, man. Like, shit, man. So, Blake, I really appreciate you guarding that statement and understanding what I was talking about. I don't want language bullshit, like anti-language bullshit, being a thing. Because no matter what, it's an us problem. So the fact that you owned it, thank you. That is cool, man. You're just bad at it. That's okay. That's something you can do better. You can figure it out. Like, you can get better. saying a thing sucks, there's nowhere to go from that, you know? So, Blake, thank you for getting it. I appreciate you. That's a cheers from me to you. Thank you. I want objective statements in general. Just objectivity matters. So, Childs, I get that. If you don't like it, okay. No one can contest your statement of you don't like it. The moment I would push back is if you said it sucks, right? And you didn't do that, so we're good. Like, you're totally okay. But try and don't, like majorly, don't make your own personal statements as if they are objective. Because they're not. Sure, you like that you get paid to do it. That's also just a subjective statement. But, like, no one should judge whether it's good or bad based upon either of the statements you just made, right? In general, be objective. And there's more to learn from objective statements. Whether you like it or not, sure. But what is an objective thing you'd say about it? And that is so much more valuable. Please be objective here in chat. I like the context of how those things diverge. So maybe I'm wrong. I have no idea. You don't like that it informs your opinion better about things you do like? Childs, is there like a fundamental like punctuation that you're missing there? Like, dude, punctuation matters. Could you have used a period or a comma or something to separate your statements? No, there is not. I think you don't understand what commas mean. You don't understand what a comma actually means in that context. Like, dude, like, how old are you? Now, I'm sorry for using this as a judgment statement, but I really do need to know, like, how old are you? Hold on, we'll play some more music. But yeah, like, honestly, like, Childs, like, how old are you? You're older than me and you don't understand the proper use case of a comma versus semicolon, etc.? Like, dude, you have zero excuse for misunderstanding punctuation at that point. If you're older than me, you have zero excuse. I was actually going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I was going to give you a major benefit of the doubt. If you're older than me, you have zero excuse for not understanding how to use punctuation properly. Like, what the fuck, dude? But also, you might be surprised. How old are you? Answer the question. Otherwise, we will just judge you. I'm 40, you're older than that. You should understand how to use punctuation properly. Are you going to push back on that statement? You should understand punctuation at this point, then. Your use of punctuation is really fucking bad. I get it truly, but you are doing a major benefit of the doubt. Like, dude. No, society has dictated before my age, if they're older than me, punctuation mattered more than it does now. Not less. They have actually zero excuse for being bad at punctuation, for being bad at expressing themselves via text, etc. Like, dude, like, what the fuck, man? Yes, technology has made it where you should be good. I don't know, man. I get it, Childs. You should be better. If no one told you should be better, you should be better. I'm sorry, I'm the first person to tell you that, but god damn it, man. Like, can we move on? Maybe, but don't push your rhetoric on me based upon your bad punctuation, you know? I get it. I'm sorry, Childs. I'm not trying to make you feel bad about it, but god damn it, man. Like, you have to own it at some point and want to be better. If you don't want to be better, like, no one will ever force you to be better, but god damn it, dude. Like, you gotta be better. So I'm sorry. Again, Childs, my bad. You have already, like, said you have it, the excuse. I get it. An excuse doesn't live forever. So if you're willing to be better, I really do appreciate that about you. And I haven't read what you're saying. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. I think I get what you're saying. You have room to improve, and you're willing to improve, and you will try and do better. And that's awesome, man. Like, thank you so much. All I'm saying is I didn't understand what you typed because of the way you typed it. And now it's on me to, like, figure it out. And it's a little, like, further back. And I got other shit to look at and deal with. So if you want to rephrase what you're doing or what you're trying to say, I would appreciate that. A better effort to rephrase what you meant when I pointed out the bad grammar would go a long way. I hope that makes sense. Again, we can all be better. We can all learn. But try and phrase what you're trying to say better, because, dude, your grammar fucked that up so massively that it wasn't the point you were trying to make, but, like, no one can understand the point you were trying to make. And even then, like, I get it. Like, you know, we're at a Saturday, we're at 8 p.m. Like, I tried to get shit done and I just got bogged down into semantics with people that have good excuses maybe to not know better, but god damn it, like, they're not able to make their points better than, like, the shit I was already saying. Like, god damn it, man. Like, at some point, you gotta put in the effort somewhere else. Is there no other place you're putting in the effort to be understood properly? To, like, write properly? To, like, say the thing you actually mean properly? Like, is this the only place that's challenging you to, like, actually say what you mean? If that's the case, I get it, but god damn it, man, that makes me really sad about society. Like, is no other place encouraging you to actually say what you mean? And, like, trying to correct you for it and make you, like, say it better? Like, I'm the only thing challenging you? Dude, society fucking sucks at this point, dude. You're bumming me out. Like, that fucking sucks. There's not a single other, like, person or stream pushing you to be better. They're willing to accept you as, like, the shitty intermediate that you are. Like, no offense, like, intermediate's not an offense. It's like the middle between, like, things, right? I don't mean intermediate as, like, an offense. If you took it as that, like, dude, that's you misunderstanding the terms yet again. All I'm getting at is, dude, shitty intermediate is not a call out of you. What I'm getting at is, you expect to communicate at a baseline when I expect better. And the best you can do is an intermediate of that is shitty. If you don't like my phrasing of the word shitty, there are other words we could use, right? Fuzzy. Whatever, right? Like, if I need to, like, guard your fucking feelings in these statements, I can do it. But come on, man. Come on, man. Like, when I say shitty, I just mean it as fuzzy, as, like, not descriptive, as not finite. Like, I consider shitty to mean fuzzy. I mean it to mean not exact. If you took offense at the phrase shitty intermediate, all I mean is nothing has defined these statements for you, right? You're living without a definition, and that is kind of shitty. You are living without a definition of what better means. That is kind of shitty. It's not a critique of you. It's a critique of the system. The system is fucking shitty. And I mean that literally. I don't even mean fuzzy. I mean the system fucking sucks. If you don't understand what a shitty intermediate actually means in context. Just because I'm a little harsher with my phrasing than I should be. Society has failed you. Learning has failed you. Like, teachers have failed you. Like, every single thing has failed you. If you don't understand the nuance between the extremes of the things I'm talking about. And I don't mean that as a slight to you in any way. Like, in general, I'm talking about society and, like, dude, fucking society, man. If you'd simply had been encouraged to read anything outside of your fucking required reading, you'd understand the nuance of what I'm saying. You know? And yes, Jedzo, you're absolutely making the point I'm trying to make right now, and I'm making it in a bad way, right? Society in general is intermediate, and I consider intermediate actually shitty. Intermediate is shitty. I'm not blaming people for being intermediate. I'm blaming everything around them for making them intermediate. I have higher expectations for people than fucking modern education has for them. Because I grew up in another era, I guess. If you're already 40, like, really? You're 40 and you didn't have higher expectations? I'm really curious about that. I'm so curious about the fact that, like, you're 40 and you didn't have high expectations. Like, what? Like, come on, man. No? Like, I don't know. Like, Zoomers have an excuse. Someone my age, you don't have the excuse. Like, you just didn't care. Like, come on. Right? Don't beat around the bush. If you're 40 and you're still intermediate, you just didn't give a shit. There's no one to blame but yourself. Like, come on. Zoomers have intermediate as an excuse because the education system has been gutted their entire fucking career. If you're 40, you know you had a chance to do better, right? Like, come on, man. It's either you cared or you didn't. And I didn't care. I had a 2.5 grade point average graduating from fucking high school. But I still cared, you know? Childs, no, it's not about how you chat. Dude, it's not about how you chat. If you think I'm judging you by your, like, fucking chatting, oh my god. Nah, man. Nah. Xmetrics, 2.5 GPA is barely graduating. Xmetrics, like, holy shit, dude. 2.5 barely graduated. I know because I barely graduated. Childs, I don't have any of that. I only have anything to judge you by the things that you say. I know. Fuck me, right? That's actually how the world works. That's actually literally how the world works. The world only judges you by what you have to present to the world. Currently here in chat, whatever you chat is what you present to the world. Yeah, you know, I got more stuff to do. We didn't get enough done today. I want to get, like, the verification endpoint done, but you know what? We got sidetracked enough. It's 8 p.m., and I kind of want to just play some games or do something else. Charles, you were a very good student. Really? I really feel like I wouldn't have to had to have made the points I made if so. I'm so curious about that now. Really? You were top of your class, but I had to explain some of this shit? Really? Like, you don't have to lie. Yeah, I don't know. Again, here's the thing, X metrics. Child says they're my same age. So they can't even, like, cling to education went downhill. Right? Again, X metrics, you're missing the point. Dude, like, are you even listening? Are you even fucking listening? Please, X metrics, pay the fuck attention to what we're talking about. Child's is my age. Open your fucking ears, dude. They're my age. And they're saying that education failed them. I don't fucking know at this point. Like, I just don't get it. So yeah, X metrics. Again, like, dude, please, 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 please pay attention to context. No, you didn't have to say it, Childs. I'm saying it for you. Education failed you. You didn't have to say it. Education fucking failed you. Like, dude, education fucking failed you. It doesn't matter what GPA you had, because I graduated with a 2.5 and I somehow know more based upon the education I got. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, dude. 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 I'm so curious about where you're from at this point. Like, how the fuck did education fail you so badly? Because it did. It really did. Childs, if you don't want to admit it, that's fine, man. We can't convince you. But holy shit, there is absolutely some stuff you missed that should have been a given that you're missing, that you don't want to acknowledge that education failed you for missing. So at this point, like, dude, like, you do whatever the fuck you want, but god damn it, man, like, how do you think you did okay when you're missing all this shit? I'm so curious about that. How do you think what you got was fine when your ability to converse about this shit is lacking major things? Like, dude. 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 You don't think you did because you lack the education to figure it out, is my main, like, point. You don't know you missed it because you're fucking missing it. Of course you're ignorant because you're ignorant, right? You're ignorant to what you could be ignorant of because you're ignorant. Like, that's how ignorance works. Like, dude, your education system failed you and you're not even aware of the fact of how it failed you because it failed you so bad. I have no idea how to teach you any of this shit because you're not even willing to learn at this point. Like, it's kind of insane to me. I can't even teach you these things because you don't think you're lacking them. But you're not even open to learning them, which is also, like, that's a you problem. You could recognize how your education system failed you, and then you could learn, But you're not even willing to do that part. What's the point of this discussion? To help people recognize where their education system failed them. Props, like, dude, if you're not willing to recognize the benefit of what we're talking about, like, did your education system fail you too? I don't know, man. It's fucking weird. You don't know what you need to know until you don't know it, but you're not willing to know it because your education system, like, taught you to reject things that you don't know. Like, oh my God, there's like so many layers of fucking hyperbole there that, like, dude, I can't teach you this shit if you don't want to learn it. I can't tell you what you're lacking if you don't want to understand what you're lacking. There's definitely like a tomato, like, you know, egg versus the chicken, like, problem for learning. Whereas at least the person that you're trying to argue on behalf of, props, they actually care. Like, Childs actually wants to know. You're just being the next asshole who doesn't want to actually learn something. So props, like, cool, man. You don't want to learn? Go for it. Fuck it. I don't care about you, props. I think Childs actually does understand and wants to learn. And we can help figure this shit out. Maybe. Yeah, no. Like, again, I think Childs, dude, you have said so much in, like, the means of you want to learn, you want to be better. That's awesome, dude. You're fucking good. Props has already questioned everything when they were brand new to the fucking stream. They don't follow. They were just here within the past fucking 10 minutes, and they're already questioning what the value of this conversation is, while Childs is actually benefiting from this conversation. But Props wants to question it the moment they show up, because obviously chat needs to, like, cater to their fucking, like, learning, right? So Props, your questioning of the thing that I'm saying to Childs, like, specifically, I'm targeting Childs with these statements, and you jump in after the fact, what is the benefit of this bullshit? Like, dude, you're the problem. Props. You're the fucking problem. I'm interpreting a lot from a small statement because you didn't even want to spend time to interpret it. You just wanted to jump in and decide that it wasn't valuable. You wanted to question every single thing I was saying, even though I think Childs was benefiting. You were questioning the value. That's literally what you did. Like, Props, don't dial it back. Don't fucking negate every single thing you said. You did question it. You literally questioned it. That is exactly what you did. Come on, Props. Be fucking honest with your rhetoric. Dude. You literally questioned what the value of this was. Literally. That's what you did. Don't dial it back. Don't fucking disown what you said. Could you have just used 30 seconds to a minute to see what I was saying to someone? You could have. Absolutely. So I think Childs benefited, and Props, you questioned the moment you got here. Childs, I am happy to chat about any of this shit in the future. Anytime. Like, we've had good conversations. You understood it. We got there. Props. Like, dude. You didn't even fucking try. Your first statement was, why is this valuable? What the fuck am I getting out of it? I was talking to one other person, not you. I don't know, Jedzo. Definitely not today. I get it, props, but like, have you ever been so critical in someone else's stream that fast as well? Have you? Like, have you ever been that critical of someone's stream that quickly? Maybe, but you maybe watch some stream that like doesn't give a fuck about you as a viewer and you expected them to ignore you. My stream, I care about what people say. All right, there you go, props. Thank you for that like self-reflection. It was your first message and it was tone deaf. It ignored the people I was actually talking to. And we can move on from that. And I appreciate that. Thank you. But we are late enough on a Saturday stream that I want to play some fucking games, you know? I was trying to make a point towards one person, and you jumped in. So Childs, yeah, I'll be playing some games over on Griffing and Chill, right? That's my gaming channel. I don't know what game I'm going to play. It does seem like maybe Robotic Head's available, but Algo Bro and Acorn are all out, so we'll figure out what game me and Robotic Head play. Maybe it's just some like PoE 2 or something. Like, I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, just saying. Childs, I was responding specifically to you with a bunch of stuff, and props, I pushed back on you trying to jump in the middle of that, especially with your like judgmental version of jumping in the middle of that. If you want to hang out and you want to chill, we can do that, and we'll do that here on this stream on Monday. If you want to hang out and game together, that's a different thing, and slightly different judgment over on gaming, over on Griffing and Chill, which will be over on here in a little bit. But I just want to say, like, props. I hope you understand why I pushed back on your really fleeting early statement. Like, dude, don't you just jump in and think you have a say. Definitely not. Nah. But Childs, you've been here. God damn it, Blake. Yeah, I'm going to time you out, Blake. You know better. Blake, you know way better. Like, come on, man. Childs, your dad can love whatever they want. We're not going to tolerate any fucking trolls about hating anything. And that one person knows that we won't do that. And like, Blake is borderline banned if they don't come back with a proper apology. Because they know that's not the vibe here. Blake has been here way longer. They've been here since 2022. They know better. They get like zero fucking excuse. Yeah, exactly, Jedso. Like, dude, that was crazy fucking work. Like, how does fucking Blake expect to actually be okay here with bullshit like that? Like, dude, honestly, I don't need him. I have a community of people I actually like. If you want to be a part of that community, don't be a fucking dickhead. It's actually kind of simple. It's really fucking simple. And I've been convincing some people via chat of how they can be a part of this community. Childs and props, I've been giving you guys way more chances than maybe you deserve. But this is your chance to be cool. Don't be a fucking dickhead. So props. You know what I mean. Didn't think about that as you as a first-time chatter. Again, I want people I like to talk to. Your first chat really does dictate who you are as a chatter. Props, please recognize the fact and appreciate the fact that I gave you a chance. Normally, I just ban you. It's actually really easy. I just ban people I don't like. The unban request is a really easy way for them to apologize and be a member of the community. I gave some people today a chance more so than just banning them. Don't make me regret it, please. Please don't make me regret that. So, Guy, you missed most of the stream. What feature on Sky Funnel did we work on today? The main gist was, yeah, we can delete a notification. Oh, hold on. Did I kill the API? I might have. I don't know, man. All right, so we got some shit. Damn it, that's a bug that I didn't anticipate. But adding new and deleting notifications and then working on verifying notifications. That was the main part we did today. But then we got sidetracked by a bunch of bullshit, which I think is valuable because I want to curate the audience that's here with me. No, like we don't have actually any mechanism for the verification. I just have the key that gets spawned out to, like, you know, the message queue. I copy and paste it and we make sure that works, but I don't have any of the deliverability like solved. And I don't want to do that yet. I don't care enough yet. I want to build other parts of this thing. But I keep dealing with other bullshit. Right? I keep dealing with other bullshit. And I would rather solve the other bullshit problem first before I go deeper. Which is why I concentrated on the conversation between props and childs and all that shit. I will ban the people that suck to talk with. And I'd rather figure that shit out right fucking now than go any deeper. The 80% of streamers not continuing. Yes, I can find that. That is Zach Bussy. And this is it. Right? So the reason is something I can't speak to. But his numbers of... After 3 years of streaming, people just stop streaming. Like 80% of streamers quit. 3 years into streaming. I extrapolated why they quit. Did we think it's actually incorrect? Nah, man. Streamers quit because they form an audience they don't fucking like. If you think it's financial, maybe. Anyone getting into streaming for money? Dude, they're going to fail real quick. They're going to fail out within the first year. At 3 years, someone who's streamed 2+ years and then decides to quit, do you really think that's just the fucking, like, the money aspect of it? I don't think so. You might be right. I don't have any numbers to back up my opinion of it, but the majority of streamers at the 3-year mark fucking give up. Do we think it's just the money? dude, Algo Bro had a committed amount of people willing, like, dude, I'd be curious, like, what Algo Bro's, like, numbers of subs were. I bet they were fucking good. I bet he had at least 50. I have 100 subs, but I stream 5 days a week. I'm, like, more dedicated than most. Like, my numbers do not line up with what we're talking about here. I stream because I love fucking doing this, and I believe the sub numbers follow that, just simply because, like, I'm going to be here. Like, I'm just gonna stream. Like, if no one subs, fuck it, whatever. I'm gonna keep streaming. Because I love fucking doing this, okay? So, Guy Ross, dude, if you don't have a regular, like, schedule, that's why. Oh, I'm already at, like, the massive, like, upper percentage of streamers. Like, 1,000%. Like, 1,000%, dude. But, like, Guy Ross, like, dude, do you not realize, like, just maintain a consistent schedule. Don't do, well, I'm happy, so I'm going to do 3 days this week and then maybe 0 next week. Just do 1 day a week. 1 single day a week. Guarantee you'll be there at the exact same time, at the exact same fucking, like, schedule. And you will build an audience. Like, dude, just do that. Just do it. Just do it. 1 day a week. Don't overcommit yourself. Right? Don't be like me, where I stream way too fucking much. Don't do that. Just do 1 day a week and be there every single fucking time. You will build an audience. You will build people that want to be there for you. If you're not willing to do that, you're not willing to build an audience. And, like, dude, that's obviously why your stream failed. No offense, Guy Ross. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not trying to talk shit, but, dude, if you're not even willing to do that, why would someone watch you? Why would someone watch you if you're not even being consistent 1 fucking day a week? You can do other stuff midweek. Go for it. But 1 day a week at the exact time that you guaranteed you will be there. If you're not there, or you're not doing that, you're not guaranteeing that, why would someone dedicate time to watch you? Like, it's actually really fucking simple, dude. Streaming is all about consistency. It is consistency over fucking quality at that point. People watch you for you, not the shit you do on stream. Do you not know that? Like, the people watching me are not here because I'm going to get a bunch of shit done. They're here because they like me. And that's it. That's actually, like, the bare minimum of streaming in general. People watch you for you, not for the shit you do on stream. And granted, yeah, my numbers are way lower. Like, yeah, people like Prime more than like me. Like, dude, I get it. I like Prime more than I like me. I'm more critical of me than I am of Prime. You guys know that, right? I dislike me more than I dislike Prime. Duh. Like, yeah, duh. Like, come on. We're talking about the Primogen. Like, come on, Blake. Like, do I need to time you out again because you're not, like, speaking in fucking earnest? Like, you're not speaking in good faith, dude. Like, we could just ignore you. And I can make it to where we ignore you. So people out there, the fact that I have to threaten Blake Stevenson here, this is part of the problem. This is why streamers don't fucking persist. Because streamers like Nate Codes don't want to put their foot down and ban people that they don't like talking to. Blake Stevenson, I'm giving you a warning that I don't like talking to you. You kind of suck. Every single interaction I've had with you today has made me regret interacting with you. And I could just ban you, and I don't have to do that anymore. But other streamers don't have that fucking, that reflex of they want to be here tomorrow. So instead, they'll entertain viewers they don't fucking like. And they'll keep streaming, and then they have to think about whether they actually want to stream live each time. They want to actually click that go live button. I look forward to going live because I ban people I don't fucking like. Blake Stevenson, this is a warning to you. It's the simplest warning I can give you. Be fun to talk to. Be fun to interact with. If you can't be that, you're just going to get banned. It's that simple. And the streams that you like, that you're actually a burden on, are going to stop streaming because they don't like interacting with you. It's very fucking simple. It's the simplest fucking thing you can think of. I will simply ban you over not wanting to stream the next day. If interacting with you is a bigger burden than me just going live, I will just ban you because I'd rather go live. But other streamers will think, well, you know what? I don't want to burn out my audience, so I'll just entertain the people I don't like, and then they consider whether they actually want to go live. Do you realize that viewers like you, Blake Stevenson, burn the fuck out of other streamers? I'm not going to name them by name, right? Like Nate Codes, I don't even know if you watch Nate Codes, but other streamers start to question whether they actually want to go live based upon their shitty fucking viewers. Guy Ross, same thing, dude. You miss Algo Bro. Were you part of the reason Algo Bro looked forward to going live each day? Think about it. I'm not going to tell you whether you were or weren't. I don't know. I can't speak on his behalf. But do you think you were? Do you think you encouraged him to go live every single day? Can you recognize other viewers that weren't? Really think about that. You know for a fact, if you watched Algo Bro enough, you know for a fact there were viewers that he put up with because he thought they mattered. They don't. They don't. Fucking weed those fuckers out. If there's a single viewer making you question whether you want to go live, they don't belong a part of your community. They need to fucking go. And I feel bad that Algo never recognized that. And he just doesn't stream anymore because of it. Can you recognize, just simply based on the number I'm showing you, that 80% of streamers in any category, especially gaming, but also here in Twitch, here in tech Twitch, right? Software and game dev. Same problem. Are you a part of the problem? Or are you part of the, keeping them motivated? And you really need to think about it. The reason I keep going is because I ban the fuck out of the people that I just don't fucking like. If you are one of the people that would make me one of these 80%, I'm going to ban the fuck out of you because I want to be here tomorrow. I don't care if you're here tomorrow. I want to be here tomorrow. Blake, you're talking about fucking, shit, what's his name? He used to do, like, online, like, code review shit. I know who you're talking about. He also burned out because he cultivated an audience he didn't fucking like. Yeah. No, Blake, I know exactly who you're talking about. He cultivated an audience he fucking hated. It's that simple, dude. You can be as good as you are. You can be the best dev in the world. If you cultivate an audience you hate, you'll never last in this category. Dude, I know exactly who you're talking about. He's great. He does really good shit. But he hated his fucking audience. Right? Like glasses, like, I know exactly who you're talking about. Anyone remember his name? Strager. 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 He cultivated an audience he fucking hated. It's obvious why he doesn't stream anymore. If you guys want to see streamers persist and continue to do what they do here in this category, be the thing that makes them want to be here. Don't be the fucking asshole. It's actually really fucking simple. But so much of Twitch chat just doesn't get it. Or doesn't care, you know? Meanwhile, I will ban the fuck out of you if you make me not happy to be here. That is the biggest thing I can tell you to Blake, to Guy Ross, to, like, any other fucking person, like, anyone. Like, I don't know if even, like, you guys are the ones I mean to make an example of, but you're the ones chatting right now. Props and, like, you know, every single other person here in chat. I don't give a fuck about you if you don't want me to be happy while I'm doing this. If your main goal is to be a dick about it, I'll just ban you because I don't care. I just want to keep streaming. This is my favorite place. This is my fucking safe space. If you don't want to be cool, you can fuck right off. I don't fucking care. You can find some other streamer that will give up because of your fucking insufferable nonsense. I'm here for the long haul. And I'm here to find a crew and a community that I like. If you can't understand that, you can just fuck right off and find another community that will burn out because of your bullshit. It's that simple. I hate the fact that I'm the one that has to teach Twitch chat how to be better. Like, could you just be better? You could. Prime doesn't care about teaching y'all. He'll just ignore 80% of you. He'll not acknowledge a single fucking thing you say. Do you think Prime likes you when he doesn't respond to anything you're saying? No, he's intentionally ignoring you because he doesn't like you. But he wants to maintain his numbers. I would rather sacrifice fucking numbers than deal with people I don't like. Believe whatever you guys want to believe. If you're in his chat and he ignores you on a consistent basis, there's intention behind that. At which point I can recognize, yeah, he ignores me on a consistent basis. All right, means something. All right, fuck it. I'll just stop doing it. All right, whatever. If he is consistently ignoring you, do you really think that's just a coincidence? No, he is protecting his fucking wherewithal. He is protecting the reason for him to continue streaming. I've chatted with Prime enough. I remember him saying if he was still streaming to 40 viewers, he would have given up ages ago. Here I am at 40 viewers, and I'm still stoked on the people that I have. The people I don't like, get the fuck out of here. I don't care. I would rather stream to 40 viewers that I like than 400 that I don't like. That's me. That is fundamentally me. Maybe, Blake, we don't have to classify it. I just want to point out, like, he does his stream how he wants, and he can totally do that because it's his fucking stream. This is my stream, and I decide who I like and who I don't like. And if you're not fun to talk to, fuck off. Get the fuck out of here, okay? I want to make that as apparent as I fucking can. Because if you're not fun to talk to, get the fuck out. It's that simple. I would rather stream to 40 people I like than 400 I don't. It's my point made at this point. Like, dude, there are the people I was actually like legitimately chatting exactly towards that I feel like thought I was not talking to them specifically. No, I'm specifically talking to you. If you're not fun to talk to, fuck off. Get out. Leave. We good? I think we get it. If you want to hang out, you want to chat, you want to actually like work through some software stuff together, we can do that. But dude, if you suck, get the fuck out. It's that simple. I don't know how to phrase it any better. Get the fuck out if you suck. So anyway, we should go raid someone because we're basically at 9 p.m. I would like to have gotten more work done, but you know what? I ended up chatting with people I didn't like chatting with. Or at least didn't realize that I don't need them. I'm going to be here tomorrow. The number I stream to tomorrow may be different. Or, sorry, let me just point out, Monday. Sunday is my day off. That's co-working day. As far as Monday goes, I want to stream on Monday to people I fucking like. It's that fucking simple. If you suck to talk to, I don't need you as a viewer. I'm not trying to hit Primogen numbers. If I could hit 100 to 200 concurrent, that'd be better. 40 to 50 is fine, though. Because they're people I actually like talking to. If you can't be one of them, just fucking go. Like, just leave. Is actually really that simple. I really do question people that can't understand that. You might classify like Prime's viewers. He actually has a major like technical audience. Like, nah, man. Like, no. Blake, you're misunderstanding Prime's audience. But we don't need to argue the semantics of that. Yeah, weird vibe. I get it, Rids. But hold on. You've been here, you've chatted before, and you know my vibe. I'm curious why you're pushing back on the vibe right now. Your timing is questionable. I'll just put it that way. But not a problem for now. You can come back on Monday and maybe we can discuss it, but big old red flag. You decided to come back right now. That's kind of weird. Kind of weird. All right, let's find someone to raid. Rids. So questionable. Like, dude, just shut the fuck up for a bit. Come back here another day. Or don't. Like, honestly, doesn't affect me. You haven't chatted for like 2 years. Like, dude. Yeah, you haven't been here for 2 years. Like, come on, man. Is now really the time to chime in? All right, so we're gonna go raid. Obviously, yeah. Fuck off. No, you can get banned. Like, dude, won't pop in. Like, dude, yeah. Fuck off. Later, Rids. If you want to come back eventually, like at some point, go for it. But dude, no, fuck off with that rhetoric. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. 2 years you've never chatted, and all of a sudden, while we're like ranting about a thing, you decide like this is the moment. This is your fucking moment, dude. Fuck off. Get the fuck out. Some fucking troll. Some fucking troll. Like, dude, fuck you, Rids. Rids 55, get the fuck out. You're not welcome. No, thank you. Well, obviously, I just came in randomly, and you're doing a thing, but I want it to be about me. No, fuck off, Rids. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Why is it about me? Meh. Dude, fucking people, man. Fucking people, man. I didn't cater to them as much as they wanted, and all of a sudden, like, they won't be back. Well, you haven't been here for 2 years. We didn't need you anyway. Weird how that works. So yeah, fuck off, Reds. Get the fuck out. Like, dude, like, why do people think that because they haven't been here for 2 years, but all of a sudden they show back up and they expect things to cater to them? What kind of narcissism is that? That's so goddamn weird. That's so goddamn weird. That is like the peak of narcissism. I haven't been here for 2 years, but hold on, cater to me, but you're not willing to? Well, I won't be back. Meh. Right? Like Pinky and their fucking like, $1 million like bullshit. Like, nah, dude. Fuck off, Rids. Get out. I don't want you. Unfollow, please. I don't have to deal with you again. Thank you. I want people I like talking to. Fuck me, right? Oh no, whatever shall I do? Dude, people are so goddamn weird. Anyway, YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. I know, we'll be back here on Monday. We'll get shit done. I'll probably still rant about the people that suck. Especially Rids. They showed up during the last 5 minutes of stream and expected to revolve everything we do around them. Fuck you, Rids. I'm like, what an asshole. No, thank you. But yeah, Javi, thank you for chilling. I know, I get it. I'm a jerk. I'm a weaponized jerk. I make other jerks realize they're being jerks. It's actually a skill I have. I can make other jerks realize they're jerks.